come and learn? Is it something you're trying to think of going commercial and doing it, or is it something that you think the farm, you can promote it that the farmers can adopt?
I think it starts with the district, because the district is the center for spreading this information and knowledge. The district should have a deliberate program, or should come up with a plan, with a budget that can accommodate such innovations. Thank you.
And we welcome your district members to come and learn more. Maybe the time was not enough to learn about aquaponics, hydroponics, aeroponics. You don't need rain for plants to grow. You don't need soil for plants to grow. Okay, thank you. Which trip is that? Let's clap for him. Which trip? Nariri. Okay, your name, institution, and then what was unique? What stood out that you didn't know that you are going to, that you learned, and then how do you plan to put that knowledge into action?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm called Billy Bernard Vamwenda
From?
Kabarole District.
Okay.
I'm an field extension officer under KRC Uganda. Yeah, at Naliri, I picked serious interest, value addition on cattle. Actually, most of the farmers, they keep cattle for milk and meat, only dairy. But now what we know as farmers, and actually what we train our farmers mostly, is getting manure and using only in plantation. But I was able to understand that from cow dung, you can get different products for different purposes. Yes, we know biogas, simple, manure, simple. But now we learned you can get cow dung and you get liquid soap from cow dung. You process liquid soap from cow dung. You can get materials, raw materials for planting mushroom from cow dung. So we saw that you can prepare cow dung very well and you get animal feeds as well. So I was impressed by that, and I moved with my farmer. He's here, and we are looking at our banana plantation. Now, we have been discussing over the night, how do we take that simple technology back to the village of how we can get liquid manure. They told us around 10 products from cow dung. So we are discussing how do we take this information. Actually, how do we organize? We coordinate with the Naliri officials and our farmers. We have more visits and more trainings so that our dairy farmers can learn and add value. They get income. We call it household income, to increase on their household income through animals, value addition of cow dung. Okay, thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. You know, you can make biocereal, which you can sell for profit. I've visited a dairy farm for him, he only sells in Ethiopia. He only sells biocereal. Big truck, like the sewage truck. So he transports to different farms who are practicing organic agriculture. And then that is his cash cow. Yeah, so biopesticides can also be got from cow dung. It's really rich. So feel free to mobilize your team to come for another visit and then learn.
I'm Okero Thomas. I head production department, Lerati Civil Government. Yesterday, we visited Nakori, where they are doing good research on coffee. And I learned a lot of things. The first, I used to hear of KR1 up to 10, but I didn't know the source. So yesterday, I had to learn Katosi Robusta 1, 2, 3 up to 10. Kituza 1, Kituza Robusta 1, 2 up to 10. Yeah. And when they used to say, hey, KR, I didn't know, what are these KR? Yeah. So I think yesterday I was brought to light, and one of the things I learned out of those K1, the best are K, R, 6, 7, 8, and 10. 8, 9, and 10. Actually, I saw the production of 8, 9, and 10. It was wonderful. So I think that's one of the key things I learned. It wasn't my first time, but this time, first of all, I learned the source and that K, what were they for? I also learned those. Then, when they bring coffee seedlings to the district, they just bring bulk of, and we don't know whether it's K what. Huh? And the routing system, I discovered the routing system very, very important. Some of the suppliers, they just bring far. So this time we are going to be very strict with my DAO, my district, who is a subject matter specialist, to ensure that we receive the correct ones and we don't only pick things anyhow. So this time we are going to get the correct one. And we shall, those ones who are supplying, we shall need to check first before delivering. And after delivering, we must ensure that they deliver good ones and the correct ones. First way. Oh. Another thing which I learned was about the routing system. When you are planting, for us we just planted, but you need to put the soil, the tap root. If it is coiled like this, you need to trim it. For us, we were just planting anyhow. And that's why we were getting a lot of losses. The one we planted, the one delivered to us, to our district last year, survival was less than 50%. Others even were below 10%. Others, we lost everything 100%. So this time we are going to be very serious. So these are some of the things I learned. Thank you.
Let's clap for him. Beautiful, beautiful. It is good to have knowledge, good agronomic practices. It's good to know when you are buying something and you don't know what you are paying for, somebody can easily cheat you. Yeah, but if you know what you want, you can always get it. And I'm happy that these peer-to-peer learning experiences have been of value to especially the people that make the decisions. Oftentimes, you now can know that it's not, there is this connotation of Uganda, that products from research institutions are not good. Yeah, I don't know if it's from where I come from, but I've had people have a negative connotation to products from research. But when you visit there and see the work being done, how much work is done, and how precise they are, you really learn to appreciate the products they deliver. So the weakness is on our side. So it's important that we always follow up our money and ensure that we get value for money. Yes. Yes, Mr. Joy. Which trip?
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ojue Charles. I'm the District Agricultural Officer, Agago District Local Government. Yesterday we visited NAL, National Agricultural Laboratories at Kawanda. We were welcomed and the team were impressed. When we went to Kawanda, we were briefed. Kawanda has many departments, and we were told NAL started before NARO. Actually, is the father of NARO, 1934. Among other departments and NAL, we have soil environment and agrometeorology, food bioscience and research program, biodiversity and biotechnology, which is being promoted there. The most interesting thing yesterday we learned from there is a soil mapping. Currently, the institution is conducting soil mapping for 17 blocks. They divided the country into 17 blocks. So far, they have only done for 2 blocks, and they were told that it will take them more than 5 years to finish mapping the entire country. This mapping is specifically done to help in planning and other activities. Planning for agricultural production, real estate, and they also told us that because of that poor planning initially done by the colonial rulers, people are now putting real estate where not supposed to be put. Land meant for agriculture is now converted into a different thing. And after this mapping, everything gonna be well. We also went and visited one of the farms for black soldier flies in Kinanyabigo in Kawanda. Those people are really doing wonderful. They are multiplying the black soldier fly pupils at any stages, and they also have to train those students who are at higher institutional learning in black soldiers. And they were told that even people to travel from abroad as far as Tanzania and UK to come and learn how black soldier farming is conducted. Thank you very much.
We have missed the part of how you plan to anything you think you can do.
Yes, basing on what I saw yesterday, when I go back, I plan to mobilize my farmers from Agago district for a learning visit at Kawanda Nal, because even me, it was my first time to visit the place. So that we come and learn more. These people have a lot of data, not only in crop by science and food supply, even food value chain. There are a lot of equipment installed at NAL, where if you maybe plan to do rice value chain, beans, and other crop value chains of importance, or those priority crops, you can take them there for value addition. Even there's a machine for drying vegetables, which can take less than 5 minutes when the vegetables are completely dry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for that participants. There is actually an incubation center where the youth in that lab where they dry vegetables and tomatoes. It's an incubation center. It's open for youth who are into value addition. They can come and, I think for free, test their products there before they find their own space to do production. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Oshaba Brenda, and I work as the Senior Agriculture Engineer, Winyangabu District Local Government. I was in a team that went to Air Trek, that is in Namalere, for the agriculture equipment and equipment used in post-harvest handling and management. At Air Trek, we were able to look at different technologies that have been designed by the team to help out our farmers down there in our local governments. And one of the equipment we looked at was a dryer for fish, the smoking dryer for fish. And in this dryer, they use different material for smoking the fish. For example, they told us that one of the materials they use is banana peelings, because people say banana peels provide some good scent to the smoked fish. And then also the mango trees, they were also proved to provide good scent to the fish. So the banana peels and the mango tree are used to smoke the fish, and this fish is of good quality to the outside market. And also on this equipment of fish drying and smoking, they told us that it is designed to filter the smoke, because that smoke contains some cancerous elements which have to be eliminated. So it is used to filter, and only the necessary smoke is used to smoke the fish. We also looked at the hybrid dryer, solar dryer, that is used to dry fruits and vegetables. And this biomass, and this hybrid dryer uses biomass and encourage them to take up those technologies. Thank you so much.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The fish smoking kiln it produces fish that is cancer-free. Oftentimes we have been using traditional means to smoke our fish, and with that comes some carcinogenic compounds. But with that fish smoking kiln, you can actually produce export class fish. Yes, let's go to.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kalinachi Rebecca, a RAS facilitator from Bujiri. Yesterday, I went to a field trip in Najembe, Musubi Farm. It deals in the Hass avocado value chain. So what I learned there is that this farm deals from seedling propagation and to go throughout to value addition. We first went to the section of seedling propagation, and we saw that they are propagating quality seedlings. I was lucky that one of the people who used to get seedlings from that institution, and we had issues with the seedlings. The survival rate was usually too low, but we witnessed an improvement in the quality of the seedlings that they have. They are using the big pot size, and the seedlings are well hardened. They're also using soilless media. They've also reduced on the cost. We used to buy a seedling at 15,000, but when we went yesterday there, they told us that a seedling is at 6,000. So those ones who were fearing to go for the Hass avocado because of the price, you can visit them. They've reduced the price. It is now 6,000. From there, we went to the demonstration farm where we witnessed how they plant, and we also identified gaps in what we were doing in the field. Initially, some of the Hass avocado farmers were planting the avocados in holes, and that would attract a lot of water, and then the seedlings end up dying because of root rot. But they advised us that when you're planting, you have to dig a hole of 2 feet by 2 feet. You mix the topsoil with the manure, and then you backfill. After backfilling, you make a mound, and then you plant the Hass avocado. That one can help the seedling to survive because there will be no water to stagnate on that mound. So from there, we went and saw that those people are buying avocados, and they're not only buying Hass avocados, they are buying even the local varieties. They told us that they have a capacity to buy 60,000 kilograms per day, and they are installing a machine. I think after next week, they will be buying 250,000 kilograms a day. So if you're there and you have Hass avocado or local avocado and you have no market, Musubi Farm is there and it's ready to receive you. The last thing was on value addition. They are processing the avocado into oil. But what we realized that they only process crude oil, and it is for export. So for those of you who are interested in the Hass avocado, you can visit them. And my take home, actually, I had forgotten to tell you, most people bought the seedlings and they want to to go and plant. So what I'm going to do as a take home, I'm going back to my farmer organization and mobilize more farmers, because most of the challenges were still on the coast, but I'm going to inform them that they've reduced on the costs such that we can be many in the sub-county, and that will be easy for us to market. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. People are cracking business deals here. So we have missed somebody who went to Namlonge Nakri and somebody who went to Bobby Wine's place in Magay, Avail Group. Anyone? Who went to state? Who went to Avail Group? Magere? No, we don't have anyone. You went to Magere. Okay. Please tell us what was outstanding, yeah, and what you plan to do with what you saw.
My name's Kisozi Noah, working with Equator Seeds, but in partnership with Farm Africa, implementing the VBA model of Soga region. Yesterday it was amazing, whereby we visited 2 sites, that is Namulonge and Avail. But first, we visited Namulonge, and we have been having feedbacks from farmers, so we had to give them to the researchers. So some of the feedbacks, they answered us, and others, they said like, I asked them about they are developing something on GMOs. So I asked them, what's the step ahead of it? They said that it's the government which is delaying to make them success. But then I told them that the image in which GMO issue was spread to the people, it was a negative side. So, but according to the reasons they gave me and the group, GMO is okay, because that practice was brought by our Namlong people, but it was taken up with Kenya. And Kenya are using it and benefiting more than us. So they said they will do an awareness on how to tell people that GMO products are not bad, but they are bred to improve productivity and other things. Then on the side of maize, they gave me a hint that, like, we Equator Seed, we are promoting maize, that is Gagawara UH 5355, but they told us that there is another variety, because I asked them that farmers are really crying of striga, mostly in the Usoga region. So they gave me an update that they are releasing a variety which is tolerant to striga. It was happening that. When we got to Avail, it was so interesting. I came across a youth who did something which is so amazing, which brings in income every time, not from only tourism, but even selling on-farm products like fish, vegetables, and seedlings. So this man organized, it is like on 1 acre, but it has a variety of things which are both ornamentals, learning spots. So we got a lot of knowledge, and I got a take home of, you don't need to be with 10 acres to create something which can generate income every day. Because this man told me that at the fish pond, when those Europeans come, they do spot fishing. Every fish you get, that's your 20K, whether it is small or big. So it is so interesting. We saw a greenhouse management practices, greenhouse farming, outdoor farming, aquaculture, seedling multiplication. It was so amazing, and I thank WUFAS, Farm Africa, because if it was not Farm Africa and Equator Seed, I would not be here. So I thank Farm Africa, who partnered with Equator and WUFAS to enable me. For me, it was a two-way. One, it was capacity building. Two, it was a refresher course. My 1 day tour was a refresher course. So my take home to my managers of Equator, I'll encourage them, all the agronomists, to visit and see what I saw. Because technology keeps on changing. So I will tell my managers that we have to go for a refresher course at Namulonge. Thank you very much.
Beautiful, beautiful. Let's clap for him. Yeah, quite interesting lessons to learn. That especially for the youth, that even if you have a small piece of land, youth or women, where land access in Uganda is a big issue, you can still do commercial farming, and the awareness about the biotechnology, that it's GMOs are not really that bad. So the restriction here has been basically because of the bill that did not pass. But Kenya took on the CBSD tolerant cassava that we produced, and now we are having it under field trial. Rwanda has also opened up to GMOs, and they have currently potato and maize under confined field trials for GMT. Nigeria has as well opened up for GMOs that have raised several maize and cowpea varieties. I think the issue with the GMOs for Uganda, it's because maybe we have enough food. But the issue is on the planting, it's not on the consumption. We import goods from Brazil, from Mexico, Argentina, from USA. These guys are producing GM crops. But when you open your cornflakes, you don't ask, is this a GM or Weetabix? You just consume. So the issue for Uganda is not about consumption of the GMOs, but basically the production. The fear, because the good book says my people perish for lack of knowledge. So the fear of not having the full understanding of what is the effect of GMOs, what will it have in future. That's why we have been slow at approving GM bills. Yeah, we seem to have covered all the trips. Have I missed any trip? Which trip is that? Yeah, so we give him a minute. We are a bit late. We are behind schedule by 10 minutes. But we shall come back to you when time allows. So allow me to hand over to Liz to take us through the next session. So the next session is about the youth impressions. Yeah, oftentimes no.
Thank you very much, Joshua, for taking us through that recap. A big round of applause for ourselves for the sharing, but also for hanging on. Today is day 5. We've been here for 5 days now, and we cannot take this for granted.
While we wait for the I would like to encourage people to get closer, because once we have the panels, sometimes it's good to interact with them. There is no space that says this belongs to the person that was here the day before. So if we could have my favorite people, my tribe, the backbenchers, to come forward, just so that we can interact a little bit more. But also sometimes when we're taking the videos, it seems like the room is empty, and yet you guys are looking very wonderful in the back here. Don't make me come to the table. They have made me come to the table, Elizabeth. Yeah, if we could go to the front, please. Yes, to the front, so that we listen, and we're even able to scan, because soon we are going to have the Mentimeter. Elizabeth, are you ready with it? In a minute, I'm coming to the table. Good morning, sir. There's a special seat. Do you need me to help you carry the bag? I'm here. We go to the front. Okay. Elizabeth, now you're ready, yeah?
Yeah, the photos don't look well when we have a lot of empty seats.
There's a table
So
there.
if you don't mind, we request you to take up a front seat. Are you okay moving? Okay, thank you. Let's move.
I have. No, but the person had represented me. Yes.
This is okay.
To Elizabeth.
My EOS.
Oh yes, so as we wait for the next session, let's have a very brief quiz. If you can please scan that QR code or join at slido.com so that we get on this page. Okay, George Jagwe, we see you. Thank you so much for joining. And it is better you join with your actual name, because at the end of this, we have a present for the winner. Yes, so if you can scan that QR code or just log in at slido.com. Joab, we see you. Thank you. Ivan, yes, thanks for joining. If you could please do that in the next 1 minute so that we are able to proceed.
Somebody with an iPhone says that it's not. Does it allow iPhones to connect?
Yes. So for those of you that were able to join the Extension Week Group 2026, I've just forwarded the link there. You can easily access it via that link as well, in case you're not able to join via that. Okay, so we have 17 people so far, and from what I see, we are more than 30 or even 40. Joshua is not yet on. I'm waiting for my board chair to join, and then we can start. Do we need troubleshooting? Someone please help my board chair to do the troubleshooting. And then we start. Hi, Bernard. Can I have this? Yes, we're trying to bring it closer so that. Okay, so 26, if we clock 30, we can start. You don't see yourself? Because it is live. Ideally, when you join, we should be able to see your name. Yeah, you're there, my CEO. Okay, so we're starting. All right, this is how we are starting. The assumption is that we are all here on day one. Who gave the first speech at the opening of this event? We want to see if we were attentive. Okay. And each question has 15 or 20 seconds. Okay, some are saying it is Dr. Miro. And only 4 have voted so far. Only 4 out of the 32. Voting is closed, so it means the time has elapsed, okay? So we have to be really fast, okay? All right. Yes, it is Dr. Miro that gave the first speech on the opening session. Which of the statements below is true? Raspberries are berries, coffee beans are beans, bananas are berries, and blackberries are berries. 15 seconds, please. You know, this could be some of the high value crops. We had a theme on extension for high value crops, and who knows? All right, we have 15 seconds to vote. Kindly okay, the majority are saying 44% that coffee beans are beans. Okay, let's see. And only 6 out of the 35 are saying that. Let us see the answer then. Actually, bananas are berries, coffee beans are seeds, okay? We can do our research. Anyone who is objecting? All right, so who is the current chief executive officer of UFAS? All right, is it Dr. Richard Miro? Is it Professor Margaret Mangeni, Dr. Lilian Idehasi, or Madam Beatrice Luzobe? "15 seconds, remember the timer. Okay, 29 out of the 36 people are saying it is Beatrice Luzobe. However, we have a 7% somewhere that says it is Dr. Lilian Lihasi, and others say it is Dr. Richard Miro. So let us see. So it is Madam Beatrice Luzobe. Thank you so much. We had a theme on AI in extension. And what is the key challenge? Is it too many extension workers, lack of interest, limited digital infrastructure and connectivity, or excessive availability that is a key challenge in using AI in extension? 15 seconds, please. Okay, the majority are saying it is limited digital infrastructure and connectivity. And we have an 8% somewhere that say excessive availability of data is a key challenge in using AI in extension. All right, so let's see. Yes, that is the answer. And what is the estimated ratio of extension workers to farmers in Uganda? Estimated. Is it 1 to 500? Is it 1 to 10,000? 1,800 or 800? 15 seconds, let's wrap this up. All right, the majority are saying it is 1,800. We have those saying it is 500, 10,800. So let's see what our answer is. Yes, it is a C. And we need to know our surrounding. Who is the current State Minister for Agriculture in Uganda? The current State Minister for Agriculture in Uganda. Keep them coming. Okay, there we are. There we are. The majority are saying it is Honorable Frank Tumwebaze. Okay, we have 7% saying it is Helen Adoa. Others are saying it is Honorable Fred Wino, and 3% there are saying it is Mr. Henry Opolot Nakalet. All right, so let's see what the answer is. And there we are. So it means actually the majority of us here do not know our state minister. All right, so here we are. Congratulations to Gume Joab, who has got 5 out of the 6 correct. KRC, please bring our present and we'll reward the winner. KRC, Joab, kindly come forward and get your present. Please encourage him, applaud him as he comes. KRC, please. KRC. Congratulations. Meanwhile, you can introduce yourself so that these people get to know you.
My name is Joab Tugume, a student at Makerere University, Bachelor of Agriculture and Environmental. Bachelor of Agriculture and Rural Innovation. I'm in my final year, final semester. I'm happy to be here. I'm a member of OFAS, a proud member of OFAS.
Thank you very much, Joab. Here is your present. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all of us that have participated in this very interesting exercise. Learning never ends, okay? So I'll not ask individually who the minister is, but at least at times it is important that we get to know our surroundings. So at this point in time, we are going to have a brief session. Remember yesterday we had a brief session with a DP, was it yesterday or the other day? With the DPMOs who are sharing their impressions. And at this point in time, we are going to hear from the youth. Youth form about 70% of Uganda's population, and their thoughts matter. And it is at this moment that I'm going to invite the following forward. Joab, is this Joab our winner? Yes, Joab, kindly come forward. Merab Akuto Jennifer from FINASP, Happy from Makerere, Ruth, and Lillian. Kindly join the podium. Okay, and then so you're very welcome. And it is well known that continuity of anything is very important. And youth, you are the next generation. So it is very important that you engage in these discussions. Please start by introducing yourselves, your name, and where you study from or where you work. Just a little bit about yourself in just 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to represent, to be part of the youth that are going to give feedback about the UFAS Extension Week. I'm Lillian Owembabazi, an animal scientist by profession, and I work at Kabi. It's my first time attending the Extension Week, and I'm glad to have been in one of the planning meetings before today, so I'm happy to see that it eventually has been realized. Thank you.
I'm called Msimenta Ruth, a student from Makerere University, final year, doing Bachelor's of Agriculture and Rural Innovation, a proud member of UFAS. I'm happy to be here, and this is my first time to attend Agriculture Extension Week. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Twebas Happy, also a student at Makerere University, and I'm a born of Kazo district. I do agriculture and rural innovation, and it's my first time to be here, and I'm not a member of UFAS. But by God's grace, today evening I'm joining UFAS. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am Akol Merab, a final year student of Bachelor's of Agriculture and Rural Innovations, also a student of Makerere University. I'm a UFAS member, and I'm very happy to be here.
Welcome.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
I am Joab Tugume, the champion of the day. I'm a member of UFAS, a student at Makerere University, Agriculture and Rural Innovation. I'm very happy to attend the Extension Week 2026, and I'm very happy that the youth have very, very much been included. Thank you so much.
Good morning, members. Good morning. My name is Akule Jennifer. I work for FINAPS Uganda. At the same time, I'm also serving as RAS facilitator for UFAS. You're most welcome. Today is my second time to attend experience sharing. Thank you.
I have 2 questions for each one of you, and these questions are pregnant. You know what I mean? So, number 1, before attending this event, what were your expectations? Okay? And which sessions so far have felt more relevant to you as the youth? Starting from here.
Thank you very much. Before coming for the Extension Week, in my mind, I was actually thinking, it just says Extension Week. It doesn't really say whether it's an exhibition, whether it's a conference. So in my mind, I was wondering, is it conference setting? Is it a show of sorts? But coming here, the experience has been, I think I would even, I don't know if it would be an upgrade, if we call it a conference or something, because having the side rooms, having the different organizations showcase what they are doing, for me, that was actually a highlight, because it gives the different organizations a chance to really pitch what they are doing and go in depth. And at some point, you're torn between where to go, which is good and bad, because you feel like you want to be everywhere, you want to know what is happening everywhere. But I'm looking forward to today's communique, which I believe will summarize what has been going on where I wasn't. And for me, that was one of the key highlights. The second question. Eh?
Yes.
And then the other one, what was very relevant to us as youth, I think one of the shouting things was AI. Okay. And as somebody who also promotes a lot of digital tools at Kabi, it's actually a very lucrative part where the youth should be involved. And I hope we can, in the future, digitize it and learn to earn from it, because that will be the only way to keep us as youth into the in the agriculture sector. Then the other key highlight that was also very relevant was the agriculture part of it. The field visit, yesterday's field visit, where the practice meets the theory that we've been talking about for these 3 days.
All right, thank you. Pass to Ruth. Ruth, some questions. What were your expectations and which session was relevant to you?
Okay, well, to me, I say my expectations. I expected that this extension week is more of extension workers, maybe different extension workers from different parts of the country coming here to sit and negotiate on how to make extension better, more about extension only. That's what I thought. Like she said, I think you should change the name somehow.
Okay, so which of the sessions are most relevant to you, Ruth?
To me, the session was the getting ready, the strategies to boost employability, where they were training used to be more job seekers. Job creators, not job seekers.
Okay, great. Employability stood out for you, Ruth. Let's now hear from Happy, your expectations and the session that you related with.
One, when I heard of the extension week, what came into my mind, it was like I'm going to find a lot of actors who are in the agricultural value chain and the extension workers at the district level and the private sectors. But it's unfortunate, one, from my real district where I come from, we were not represented by the DPO. Whether did he know about this or he adamantly ignore? So to me now, I can say I'm representing the whole of the 2 districts, Kazo and Chirhula, because it is the area where we are specifically the cattle keepers.
Yeah.
But whereby the extension staff is not had anywhere. Whereby to hear of an extension worker, you just hear just in words. Yeah. I'm talking this because it is being recorded. I can't speak any fourth information. Because even if you want the backup, I can provide evidence. And for the case of my expectations,
1 minute,
also
please. One minute.
what I achieved, it is I came knowing that I'm going to find the digital people, and indeed I found I know farm, there is agriculture. I was more of the I know farm. It is what I used more in my internship, the project implementation. And another thing, it is about yesterday's field tour. We went to Nalo, whereby the livestock people, it's like they were not prepared for us. They just took us in a room and they lectured. But I can say also the manager had some professional skills where he came, by the time we were leaving, he apologized that some areas were out of bounds.
All right, that is noted. Thank you so much. Now let's hear from the next person.
Good morning once again.
Good morning, Jennifer.
Yes, I call Merab. So my expectations before I came here was that, well, I'm going to make a lot of connections. It's time to connect. And I was really very excited that I'll come and make a lot of social capital, which I have done. And I'm very grateful for that. So I also expected to meet a lot more of extension workers only. But from what I have seen, there is different experts from agriculture, the side of ICT, which is really nice. And from what I've learned so far is from the connections that I've made, people have rich knowledge and they have different perspectives. So you get to hear from the different perspectives of people. And then as an extension worker, I learned that you're supposed to keep enriching yourself with a lot of knowledge. And as you're giving out your extension services to the farmers, it should be developmental. Even if it's something that you don't know about, you can still connect them to the people that they know, and they will see and feel your relevancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Merab. I pass to Joab.
Thank you so much, Joab Tugume. My champion of the day. My expectations rose with time when I was seeing the hype of the extension week, mostly in the offers group. Someone called Lisa every time posting 8 days to go. This person is going to be there, you know. It was just a lot. I was like, if I miss this extension week, oh my God, I will have missed a lot. Then we tried our ways out. The fee was generally somehow high, but please first help, and we appreciate Dr. Miro for the efforts so that us students can also manage to come. I remember one time I was in Dr. Beatrice's inbox telling him, at least we can reduce for 1 day for students, and then she told me, no, you can get a few students, but they get a lot, and I've seen we've honestly gotten a lot for the whole week. So I expected to meet a lot of people, and then what caught my attention this week is when I was reading one concept note that I found in a group, somewhere there was youth responsive, market-oriented models. I was like, wow, these are things I have to see myself, I have to be there. And I was happy. Dr. Patience, when I was talking, I was like, extension has to be inclusive, youth and women, and not just participation, but also leadership. So this was a plus. And then again, when Dr. Miro was giving his speech, he asked the question, what would extension look like if markets are assured? I wrote down that question, so when I went back, I was like, this question really had a lot of meaning. So when I tried thinking about it, I was like, maybe a farmer out there will call me because he knows if I grow my maize, this variety, I will get out this and I will sell to these people. So it really made a lot of sense having market-oriented models. So I think this has been so much educative.
All right, thank you. Lastly but not least, Jennifer, share with us your expectations and what stood out for you.
Thank you very much. For me, my expectation in this experience sharing, since today is my second time, mine was just to learn the different new innovations, different partners has. For example, from JZ, I was able to learn something from there. World Vision, UFAS, DFRAST, and many others. Really, you people, you have met my expectation. And what stood for me, it was how Dr. Lamy made the presentation on scientific Google. Right now, I can say I'm graced. Then on the other side, on how you people come here and make the presentation, really made me to take that thing back home. I'll also go and start doing it. Then the other aspect of how business people operates, that was also stood me very well. Then on the other side of the field, really we learned a lot from the field. Much thanks to the organizer for organizing this experience sharing and extension week. Really, we have learned a lot from it as youth. Now, when we go back there, people normally say youth are just idle people, but I know when I go back there, I won't be idle like the way I came, but at least my eyes is now open to go and open other people's youth outside who didn't get time to come and attend this extension week. Just what I can say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. You're still with the microphone. The last but not least, in the room here, we have policymakers, we have employers, we have extension leaders. If you had one message to them, what message would it be?
Okay, the message I have for them, it's just that you people, we know as youth, for us, we are lacking behind always. So the only message I have for you people, at least in case of any event which is always happening, please include youth also, because as you see here in this room, there are few youth which are inside here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joab.
To the policymakers and the big people here, sustainability, so that we do not tamper with our ability in the future as the youth. I think sustainability should very, very much include the youth. And if there are policies going to be made, I would love the youth to be involved, because there is nothing for the youth without the youth.
All right,
Thank you so
noted.
much.
Nothing for the youth without the youth. Yes, Mirab.
For the policymakers, I say this out of the experience I had from Kawanda yesterday, where they explained that they have made a lot of innovations, but then the government policy is not letting them to share out these innovations to the people. So to the policymakers, I would say that you should trust the youth with the innovations that they have and give them the chance to exercise what we have. Include us in all the policies that you're making, because I think we can better represent ourselves because we know ourselves and we know the part at which we are coming from. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next, please.
To me, to the researchers, my humble appeal is let's involve farmers in idea creation. Let the farmers be the center of creating their own ideas. And you pick up those ideas and go and make research about them. Because whenever you go and make your own research without reaching to the farmers, knowing the problems that are being affected by farmers, the rate of adoption will be low. Then to all of us in this building, let's professionalize our jobs. Professionalism is the key. When you lack professional skills, you won't deliver what is expected by the clients. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy? Yes, Ruth.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. To me, for policymakers, it is going to stem from yesterday's experience in horticulture and agrobusiness and agrotourism, whereby Joseph, as a youth, has his own income generating agricultural business, agricultural enterprise. But he said that the machines he's using, or when you look at the greenhouse structure, the money, the input is very high. So policymakers, please think of putting in policy that favor the inputs of agricultural inputs that are imported in Uganda that can help in industrializing agriculture, or in, for example, machines of processing should be at low cost, or reducing the taxes on those inputs, so that if I'm a youth who wants to start something, a company to process something, I can easily get that in that machine at a low price. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And lastly, Lillian.
Since we're talking about extension, which is not a product, I think with the experience I've had working with extension workers, one of the things that we need to do is shout. Shout and shout and shout about our work. Yeah, because somebody has already said, you're not seen. I mean, he's part of us here on the panel.
Yeah.
But I know the work that extension workers are doing down there. So shout and shout and shout about your work until you're heard, until everybody is able to see what you're doing. And that is the only way we shall do the BDS that we are shouting about.
All
And the
right.
other one that is something that has been done by UFAS, private sector-led extension. I mean, 1,800 to one person. So yeah, involve the private sector more and more and more in this extension work that we are doing.
All right, thank you so much. A big round of applause for our youth here. We are ending with a group photo. Let's stand up for a group photo as we wait for the next presenter, who will be Adong Lydia. Thank you so much. A group photo. You know, I like to be around the youth. I am a former youth.
representative.
Thank you so much. Another big round of applause for our panelists this morning. So at this point in time, we are going to hear what happened in the regional events. And I'm inviting Lydia Dong to take us through that. Lydia, please. Asante sana. Hongera tena. Thank you very much. Madam Adong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone. I think we are all happy. From yesterday's field trip, I had a lot. People's expectations were met, and we came back with a lot of learnings that we had. I'm Lydia Dongo. I work for HUFAS. I'm the master trainer based in Soroti, and we're implementing a project on agroecology, dealing with the smallholder farmers. I'm here standing in for Madam Ruth. She's not okay. You might have seen Mugisha Ruth and you're wondering, Adong Lydia is the one talking. I'm here giving the highlights from the regional preview event that we had last month up to this month, and it's the one that led to the National Extension Week that we are here for today. We're already aware of the main theme that we have, and during the regional event, we had it in 5 locations. We had one in Soroti, and the organizer was the Awoja Riverside, where we had a number of people who attended. The second location was in Fort Portal, the Greater Rwenzori. And then we also had in other 3 locations, that was Ajumani, Gulu, and then Lira. So we had a total of 210 extension actors who were present in that time. And in Soroti, we had over 70 participants who attended. Those are the ones we had at the hall. And then we also had other exhibitors and then the show goers. We were blessed because we had a number of people. So we had to target the regional event of Eastern to be in Soroti district during the time of Agric show. Though we had So during that time, we had a number of people who were able to be part of the show. And then in Ajumani, Gulu, and Lira, we had over 100 participants who attended, and most of them were from the DLGs of various districts in northern Uganda and then West Nile. And then in Fort Portal, we had over 30 participants who attended the event. So here we are looking at the purpose and strategic focus, which was to bring together stakeholders to actively participate in the national level agricultural extension discussions by reflecting on regional issues, and meaning that this regional event was being organized and it took place at each region. Therefore, what was discussed there was being generated regarding the issues that are happening according to regions. For example, in Eastern, we had different issues which were discussed. In Northern, and then in the Greater Rwenzori also had the issues which were discussed separately. So number one, we had to identify critical agricultural issues in the agricultural extension advisory service. Two was to highlight capacities, gaps, and needs in the agricultural extension. Three, generate actionable general and technical and policy related recommendations, which was brought in well, and then mobilize partners for the National Extension Week. We who are here, we know that we're here because we're mobilized, and that's why we had a good number this time, more than what we had the other time in 2024. We're also able to discuss 4 strategic sub-themes, and number one being the scalable and market-driven agricultural extension services, and then 2 was extension for sustainable high-value chains, and the 3rd one was resilience and climate-smart agriculture. 4 was professionalism of agricultural workforce. So in all the regional events that we had, we were able to discuss all these sub-themes in details, of which later I'm going to invite one of the stakeholders of the DLG to come and give us what we discussed or what we came up with during the during the regional events. So these regional events were being sponsored by a number of people, a number of stakeholders. Number one, we had the GIZ, and I would like to give good appreciation to GIZ, who enabled us to organize and be part of the regional events. GIZ was able to sponsor 3 regions, that is the Lango region, the Acholi region, and then West Nile, and it was really great. Applause to GIZ. And then Mountains of the Moon University were the organizers of the Greater Rwenzori region, and they were the ones who hosted the regional event in Fort Portal. Let's give a big hand clap to Mountains of the Moon. Thank you very much. And then in Soroti, we had the Riverside, Aoja Riverside, and the ones who organized, hand in hand with the Hoofers, organized the Eastern Regional Show that took place in Soroti. Applause to Aoja Riverside, though I think they are not represented here, but we recognize them, and I know this recognition will reach them wherever they are in. And then lastly, applause to Hoofers for the great work. Without Hoofers, we wouldn't have been able to achieve what we had all during all the regional events. Thank you very much, Hoofers, and I'm also glad to be part of Hoofers. I'm also a member, and I will continue being a member of Hoofers. So I encourage those ones who are not yet members to be members. And then lastly, as Hoofers, we've been tasked under the project of GP SAEP to come up with a model, a very good model using agroecology to promote household nutrition. And this came from our stakeholders from the DLG. This model should be able to ensure that at least every household should be able to have at least 3 fruits within their compound in order to promote good nutrition. And some of the trees that were, the fruit trees that were brought up, we have here that avocado is very good, the pawpaws, oranges, mangoes, passion fruits, and then the rest. But at least every household should have 3. Those ones who can have more, it is okay. And then also, if this model also should be able also to ensure that at least each household has 3 vegetables. We all know how important vegetables are in regards to nutrition. There is this vegetable called alaju. I don't know it in English. Somebody from Lango to tell us, to translate alaju in English, what is it? And then akeo. Those are very, very good nutritious vegetables that we should encourage our farmers to have. We also have the pumpkin leaves, the pumpkin seeds, cucumbers, and then also ensure that as we come up with this model, we should also be able to encourage each household to promote kitchen gardening, at least have good sanitation, and at least have good water. So to HOOFAS, this is what we have been tasked to come up with. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Ojue Charles to take us through the findings that we had during the regional event. May we give a hand clap to Charles as he comes in.
Thank you very much, Madam Lydia, for a wonderful presentation of the pre-event activities that took place in 5 regional areas. I would like to thank the organizer of this event, OFAS, and the Ministry of Agriculture for this very important. This is my first time to participate in this Agricultural Extension Week. My name is Charles Ojue. I'm the District Agricultural Officer of Bagago District Local Government. I'm a proud member of OFAS, registered during the pre-event activities. I was encouraged to register. Here are some of the findings we got during the pre-event activities in the 5 regions of Uganda. The first one, we look at the market-driven agricultural extension advisory services. Some of the gaps highlighted were high farmers to extension ratio. As discussed earlier on, in Uganda here, we have the extension gap in most of the lower administrative units and even the ministries, even the government agencies, due to limited funding, because there is not enough ways to recruit agricultural officers and assistant agricultural officers who could participate and deliver efficient and effective advisory services to sub-counties and parish level. Also, there's a gap of accreditation of private extensions providers. Poor infrastructures and transport. This also affects their productivity, because that affects market linkages, linking the production site to the market. A farmer deep in Agago there might produce a quality sunflowers grains, but transporting it to the market become a problem due to bad roads and other things. Yeah, and then low adoption and dependency. Most of our farmers rely on the handouts, which is not really a good practice. We need to do some mindset change so that they invest in most of these technologies. The next is uncoordinated approaches of technologies to the farmers. Some of the solutions realized are contract farming and private partnership, private partnerships And then the government recruitment of agricultural extension officers. This one, I appeal to the Ministry of Agriculture and Public Service to release some ways so that most of the district local government do recruit agricultural officers for effective adversary service delivery, mindset change and training. Also, integration of intermediaries, extension and service providers into the system. Popularizing demand-driven and fee-based extension approach. The next is the high-value chains. Gaps. These high-value chains, we look at the priority crops being promoted by the government, specifically Ministry of Agriculture. These high-value crops ranges from coffee, the oil seeds, and other fruit trees, limited finance and fragmented land. Most of these farmers who do these high-value crops, they don't have capital to do it, because at least for you to practice and promote these high-value crops, you need some finance, you need some good land, acres of land. But in central and western Uganda, if I'm to give an example, there's no land. You find a farmer having only 2 acres. But when you go to our northern part there, you find a farmer with over 100 land, which is not even utilized. So it's not an easy thing. And also we have weak market linkages. There's that gap between farmers and the market. There's no serious market information which farmers are getting to sell their produce. Inadequate materials and then low value addition. Some of the solutions were direct targeting of farmers with high value enterprises, coffee, cashew nut, oil crop, and others. And then market oriented extensions. Farmers-led extension, yes. And then mechanization support. Here, if the government could come in and subsidize the cost of mechanized equipment, so that most of the farmers afford and use it. This business of using hand hoes is no longer beneficial to most of them. How many acres can you till to produce good quality produce? Under climate smart agriculture practices, some of the gaps were low climate smart agriculture adoption. This is due to a few extension staffs in the area who could promote the practices of climate smart. And then flood, drought, and degradation by farmers. This as a result of using poor method of farming. Inadequate and expensive climate smart agricultural inputs such as crops, some of the drought tolerant crop varieties, and then weak access to weather and market information. Solutions to this, some of these gaps are harmonizing technical information on climate smart agriculture. This can only be done through trainings. Yes, and then scaling adaptation and mitigation initiatives such as irrigation and other precision agricultural methods. Agroforestry promotion. This is integration of crops with trees to promote soil fertility, and then soil fertility improvement using manures, because climate smart we rarely use. Because we practice conservation farming, so we don't use synthetic fertilizers. So we promote the use of organic fertilizers instead. Collaborates with other partners implementing climate smart agriculture, such as the PELAM, those partners, the NGOs operating in most of the region in this place. And then we have workforce. Professionalization and crisis. Some of the gaps, we are still talking about the extension of extension officers to farmers here. We look at 28,000 farmers to 1 officer. This ratio is too high. So efficiency and effectiveness cannot be realized during training. Now, how long will extension officers take to reach these farmers? For example, in my district where I'm working, each agricultural officer work in more than 4 sub-counties. This is a very serious issue and is alarming. No accreditation body for for extension workers. As Dr. Pessen the right time mentioned on the first day, there's a bill before Parliament, the Agricultural Extension Bill. This will help to regulate the activities of extension workers. You know, in the past when the extension officers were not many, and during the NATS implementation period, even CDOs were recruited as the sub-county agricultural, the NATS coordinator, sub-county agricultural officer. Now for them, they could even do the work of agricultural officers, yet they are not trained along that technicalities. So it was so bad. Up to now, that's why our profession is not respected. CDOs still have that mindset that they are also extension workers. That they're extension worker, right? But we are agricultural extension workers. Our work is to impact adoption, to train farmers in the technical areas of different values in agriculture. Solution to this workforce professionalization is establishing accreditation body. Yes, the bill is already there, and I believe it will be passed by Parliament. And digitalization of integration, youth and women in inclusion in agriculture using good and scalable business models. Strengthening multi-stakeholders collaboration in extension, for regional hubs and strengthens it to improve on the collaboration. We have some proposal here for future engagement. For immediate engagement, 6 months, we look at convening a committee. Then second one, we are looking at the capacity assessment, and then policy advocacy, and then mindset campaigns. Then short term, 6 to 12 months, we're looking at launching working groups, and then also piloting climate smart agricultural practices in most of the district, and then professionalization designs, how the bill will look like and how it will regulate the work of our extension workers. And then value chain development. Then medium terms engagement, we are looking at 1 to 2 years, scaling up successful modules, certification system, strengthening organizations, and then gender and youth integration. Next steps and partnership commitment, regional coordinate consolidation. We are compiling, filing, and harmonizing recommendation for all the. It was actually the first slide I made was for 3, but I was told now to present for all the 5 regions where pre-event activities took place. And then the second one, look at the stakeholders mobilization, engaging government development partners and private sectors in planning. And then National Extension Week, which is actually going on, presenting the regional inputs, what were discussed during the pre-events into the National Forum for Policy Dialogue. And then OFAS membership. Here we're looking at strengthening the institutional capacity and expanding the membership of OFAS. For those who have not registered, I kindly ask you to do registration and be fully part of this member, because this is a body which is recognized by the government with nationally, internationally, and where you go, if you have to present that certificate that you are OFAS, you can work anywhere outside Uganda. And then also resource mobilization, identify fundings, sources, and establish implementation partnership. Lastly, monitoring and evaluation, establishing systems to track progress and impact of our recommendations. Yes, action for offers to frontline. We're looking at reviewing the structure for the city and municipality, struck divisions on a number of staffs. The numbers are not adequate to reach the last mile. Cities and municipalities were created late, so their structures for the production department. Most cities don't have the city production officers, principal agricultural officers, senior agricultural officers, animal husbandry officers. So these things need to be aligned, because all those officers, the officers are very important for effective implementation and delivery of advisory services to the city. And review the qualification extension officers employed To be employed, provide extension services, yes. Not everybody qualify, as I mentioned before. Yes, this one need a technical people, somebody with a background in agriculture, maybe say from diploma to a degree, master, PhD, should have something related to agriculture in animal crops, fisheries, and then insects, entomology. Also to harmonize syllabus on the course units being used to teach students and agricultural department. This is very important. There are other courses which were scrapped sometime back by Makerere. If we could be part and part of this harmonization, would be part. Need to do some stakeholder engagement on these courses to be taught at university. I'm very happy to inform you that World Vision has taken a lead in that. They have submitted a number of courses to Busitema University, especially area of natural resource management. Recruitment of more staff under extension and lobby for increment of district local government staff salary and promotion of staff should also be considered. Yes, the truth is the salary increment enhancement for extension workers at the local government has been done. Maybe if they need some top up, but what we are getting currently is somehow enough. And then building capacity of the district local government, this will be done regionally. Yes, selected. In most cases, this thing always beat my understanding. You will realize that there's a project under the Ministry of Agriculture, and this project has some capacity aspect building of it, like National Oilseed Project, Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Project. So when they advertise for those scholarship under those projects, very few, even none of the district local government staff are picked for the capacity to be built. So I don't know the criteria they use. I wish one of I wish a representative or official from the Ministry of Agriculture is here, so that we also get some feedback from him or her. Who has to help in promoting lobby and advocate for resources like motorcycle for extension staff and using the. I'm happy that just a few days, I think on Tuesday, Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Projects, where the project is being implemented in the 69 district. We gave out 6 motorcycles per district. I think this one can help bridge the gap of transport for extension workers. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. At this juncture also, according to our arrangement, we shall be inviting our regional officers. Maybe I request our MC now to be moving so that members make supplement and give their comments. And also I request the secretary to be taking note, because all the supplement and comment will be integrated in this slide, in this report.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. As I have been ably guided, I would like to ask the regional, I think these are DPOs and CTOs who are part of these meetings, to give us some supplements to his presentation.
Very good morning to all, and thank you, Charles, for that presentation. It was succinct, so I'm glad you did that way. I just want to give some few supplements to your points. They were very key, and I want to put it in a way that can reflect the real situation on the ground. First, the issue of the wage that we are requesting the ministry to act on in order to add more extension workers is now becoming a very serious situation. It's affecting service delivery at the grassroots, because the number of extension workers, we have seen the ratio, but that ratio is an average. Now, when you get deeper into the districts, you get deeper into the cities, you realize the ratios are even more. But you know, with the mathematics, when you are calculating an average, it always affects the reality. I give an example of Lira City. It's even more complex. One extension worker is serving over 7,000 farmers, which is really high, and you can't achieve much with that. Then another thing that I want to put across in the context of the cities, not only in Lira, but all the other cities in Uganda, is that the planning at the ministry, both at the Ministry of MAIF and at the Ministry of Public Service, is always, there's always a misconception. The planning is guided by the lower local government. So from the district, they consider the number of sub-counties. But for the cities, they consider the SITCO analysis, analyzing the land area, the number of sub-counties that were annexed into the cities, forming the bigger city. Now, putting much more effort of transport, it's too much for us, especially the cities. There are no vehicles allocated to all the cities. Some cities have been allocated 3 or 2 motorcycles. It makes service delivery very hard. We know that in the city context, enforcement in terms of agriculture, in terms of veterinary, is like a daily thing. It's a daily work even on Sundays. But you can't do enforcement on foot. You can't do enforcement on a motorbike. There are situations we go to do enforcement for ensuring meat quality. These are people dealing with the sharp objects, knives, pangas every day. Now you go there to enforce. In such a situation, we are risking our lives. We really need to check this very critically, and it's a matter of urgency. Last but not least, I want to add my voice on capacity that you stated. Sometimes back in NADS, I think under TAS, there used to be some capacity building funds provided by MAIF. Now, this is a situation that we don't have anything, but these extension workers need continuous capacity building. Please, MAIF, you need to take this up seriously, and we take it as a matter of urgency. I now just want to appreciate everyone who are engaged in this planning, in this event. I appreciate UFAS and all other stakeholders. I've learned a lot, and a lot will change in my city as a result of this event. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brun, the City Production Officer of Lira.
Thank you.
There is another hand that side.
Thank you. Okoro Thomas, DPO Lira. I just want to add something little on provision of wage. This one I'm taking direct to my brother from the ministry there. Those ones from the ministry, please. There is need to provide wage so that we can promote staff in the local government setting. I last promoted about 5 staff between 7 to 10 years ago. And currently you cannot promote any staff at all because there's no wage, there's no money to promote them to another level. And this is very serious, and this is critical. So my ministry, please, can you help us so we promote those ones who deserve. Then 2, Ngeta Zadi is in the process of dying. It was a disease, it would be in intensive care, I think. I remember visiting the place, and most of the vehicles are dead. So I'm requesting that we try to support Ngeta Zadi with funding, with other facilities. I'm happy there are some few things done, but I think we need a lot more. There's a staff who transferred services from Ngeta Zadi, and I got him in Nakor yesterday. The man has changed greatly. with a lot of smiles. So I think my mother ministry, please, let us support Ngeta Zadi as we think of promoting cocoa, coffee, and banana in northern Uganda. Without that, I think we shall be just playing around. So please,
to put him on the spot?
Anyone
or-
from Mountain of the Moon University and
Okay, before Mr. OK comes in, there's also a bit of supplement to the presentation, right? All right.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Mbayo Michael, Production Officer, Chibuku District, Eastern Uganda. I want to supplement on one issue on the review of the structure. For many years, we have our category of staff that actually have been left behind. The animal husbandry officers. The structure does not provide for their promotion. When they graduate with their degrees, they can be employed, yes, but at a level of an officer. And indeed, up to now, these people can work up to time of retirement without being promoted, either to senior level than therefore principal level. So I think MAIF and the UFAS should consider this as it has been proposed, that the structure should be reviewed. Thank you.
yeah, thank you, DPO Bukubuko.
I think there are a few questions about promotion, structural promotions, funds for promotion, facilities that need to be supported, as well as the capacity development.
Behind there.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just came from there. Was this a reaction after the hands, you know? You got excited and you're thinking to yourself, yeah, let me also. But you're giving me a bit of exercise, so thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Mamawe Godfrey, Ajumani DPO. Mine is in addition to what our colleague has presented. When of production, we have one key professional that is left out in that structure, and those are the nutrition specialists. They are being trained in Bokalasa, but you will find they are nowhere in the district structures. What the government is focusing on is production and marketing. And yet, preparation of this food and eating it is also key. That's why Ministry of Education has taken it up to train the nutrition experts. Now, my plea is we need to also jointly advocate to include the nutrition experts in the district structure so that they also concentrate in the extension of advising the community on how to prepare and eat the food that is produced. Currently, health is having that structure, but at hospital level, and there's only one nutritionist, and they only deal with the clinical issues. But we need to avoid diseases, we need to tackle it at preparation and eating level. Thank you.
I think that's a very, very important
Thank you very
addition to the
much,
conversation.
DPO of Ajumani. Yeah, at the district level, we don't have nutrition officer in the production department. Yeah, we need to do some structure there and really do recruitment of nutritional officers in production department. You cannot train farmers to grow vegetable crops, to grow rice when the advisor is not there. Thank you.
All right, there's another question here. From my tech, there's a review process that is required now for the structures.
Yeah, thank you so much, DAO Agago, for that beautiful presentation. I'm approaching my concern from a rather different angle, but I hope it will be relevant. The Ministry of Agriculture has done a lot of good things for the districts and for the farmers. For instance, some 3 years ago, also, they distributed tractors, hand-walking tractors, handheld tractors. In Aleptong, we received about 18 of them. And right now, as I speak, none of them is functional. And yet these were very good tools for opening land. And we also received one four-wheel drive tractor, which is still running in good condition. I was now suggesting that if it were possible, the ministry could train some technicians to ensure that these machineries which are distributed, which are given to the districts and sub-counties are operational. Because there's no point the government wasting a lot of money, spending a lot of money procuring these machineries, and then they work for only a few weeks, and then they're down for the entire duration of their presence there in the sub-counties. I would also implore the government to think about assisting farmers to provide water sources for their farms, because it's very difficult to do a deep well in the farm. It may cost not less than 15 million at its very least. Otherwise, we have a lot of farmers who are interested in doing micro-scale irrigation, but they're limited by their inability to provide a water source which is sustainable. Sustainable in the sense that during the dry season, in the north there around January, February, water scarcity becomes so much, and the shallow wells dry up and other water sources dry up. So the only sustainable way micro-scale irrigation can be enhanced is for the farmers to have deep wells in their farms. And this is something which most of them cannot afford, especially for our case. Those districts which were ravaged, and which had some kind of instability. People are just beginning to reorganize themselves to begin meaningful production. Otherwise, a whole lot of our farmers are still doing subsistence agriculture. We are fighting very hard to ensure that they commercialize, but with a lot of difficulty because there are a lot of challenges. Thank you so much.
These are great suggestions and recommendations. I think we're now ready to move. If there's no one else, anyone else with some additions, some recommendations, some solutions? The back comes back to you. Any responses?
Yes, thank you so much for those concerns. There is not a lot of new things that we are talking about here. But like we always say, it is good to remind ourselves of what needs to be done. We have received a lot of reports and official communication from the districts. And I would like to, first of all, allay some of the mindsets that we have, that the districts are that side and Maif is here. It is one sector. We're in the same boat. The challenges that you face are our challenges, and our challenges are your challenges. On Tuesday, we were giving out vehicles to districts under the Uganda Climate Smart Transformation Project. A lot of vehicles came to the 69 districts. Even if you don't want to clap, but clap. A lot of motorbikes came for extension. So the effort is ongoing. We are singing the same song, dancing the same dance. There's still a lot of gaps, and acknowledge that. Last week, about 2 weeks ago, we had an online meeting with the cities, the district production coordinators, city production coordinators. You expressed your concerns, and we agreed to put write-up, a conceptual write-up that can be presented to senior management. That was done. We're in the process of finalizing it. All those who are from cities are in the WhatsApp group. I personally initiated the opening up of that WhatsApp group about 3 or 4 weeks ago, where I was also joined in. And is there anybody here from a city? I know some of you have already spoken. and you're not in the WhatsApp, we're in the ICT age. You're supposed to, let me see by show of hands, who are from cities here? And I'll ask, are you in the WhatsApp group? It's not a rhetorical question. I'm saying if you're a city production staff in the agriculture sector, are you in the WhatsApp group? By show of hands, who is in the WhatsApp group? This is not a rhetorical question. This is a real question that needs an answer. Are you in the WhatsApp group? Yes. Okay. So the rest of you touch base with your colleagues, join the WhatsApp group. We have to take initiative for some of these things. Your concerns are being captured, and we are continuously going through the issues of wage bill. This ratio here, guess who made the assessment? Find out the ratio that it is 1 to 800. Of course, as ministry, we were engaged. This ratio didn't come from nowhere. What am I saying? We're in the same boat. We are exactly in the same boat. So we appreciate those concerns about Ngeta Zadi. We are, of course, also concerned because when we talk about harmonization of extension, we're talking about linkages. We're talking about research, working together with extension, working together with the private sector, working together with the non-state actors and civil society, which we've all gathered here. So it is at the center of our heart that all this works together. So when the research cries out loud there, it may not happen tomorrow at the snap of a finger because no government goes through a process. But without speaking a lot of words, we're in the same boat. My senior colleague is also seated right that side, Professor Magume. He could also add if there's anything that I have missed.
Yes. Come to you.
Hello. Let me invite you to stand. No, I want those, especially from Extension and Public Extension Service, those to whom the Department of Agriculture Extension Service is responsible at work. Eh? Yes, I wanted you to appreciate how you can see we are a forest of people. And I should imagine that my presence for and on behalf of our commissioner and the presence of Mr. OK shows the attachment we have for this and the recognition of the contribution by non-state actors, both in actuality as what takes place on the ground and also as by policy established. So thank you very much for having persisted up to the last day. You can carry your seats, not the Kanyawe who carried it on the head. Carry your seats, please. Thank you for persisting and staying. So, Madam Beatrice, you can see how available we are. Nice. And how passionate. Madam Beatrice had leaked it to me that I missed the session by the DPOs of Uganda, that they raised quite important, a sample of which I'm able to pick from those who were able to speak. I'm naturally a trainer, by birth, by training, and by passion. And I'm retiring 1 year away, but with a lot of regret, because I've not achieved what I set out to achieve. When I trained, when I was still in serious teaching, lecturing business, I'm happy for 7 years, the transformation I caused to young people. Because I'm aware every child is born with a huge potential of talent to the tune of between 700 and 800 talents. And unfortunately for African child, all this potential remains rather latent and exploited. So, my English can be abrasive, so you have to bear it. So, there was this matter of the wage, and passionately by the giant and energetic Mr. Thomas Okero. This is it. And this gives us opportunity. We are emerging from elections. Please let us bear it upon the members of parliament who appropriate funds to go everywhere. At one time, we were able to submit through the Ministry of Finance and Planning that they should approve of 10,000 extension staff and also their remuneration and the promotion. We are aware of the staffing gaps, both at managerial level at the district and also at foot soldier level at the sub-counties. In fact, if I was in charge, even a parish would have an extension officer with a minimum qualification of a certificate or diploma. So we are aware, because every day we make a clarion call for you to submit the gaps. Staffing gaps together with the motorable, the vehicular and motorcycle gaps. We have all this. And as Mr. Oke stated, we have made submission to the tunes of tens of thousands of motorcycles especially, and vehicles. There are these newly declared districts including Rwampara, Kalaki, Kitagwenda, and at the same time the cities were also done what? Were declared. So, of course, I'm aware as I travel in the country, most of our cities are much more rural than the cities I know, at least when I visit Europe. And unfortunately, when we go, I'm told some sections of the cities prefer they belong to the surrounding sub-counties because of the facilitations that flow over through to the sub-counties, to the districts. So to say, we are where the cities are ignored. So, and the recruitment, the other time, as Oke stated and clarified, we had a meeting. Is this gentleman Okiria? They have their city production chairperson called Okiria. That is from Teso, from Soroti. And when this one talked, he has the same passion with the Soroti city production office. So we are aware of what is taking place. And as indeed Mr. Oke has stated, we are making an affirmative action due to peculiarity of the city in the general local government structure. And on a happy note also, recently we met with the PS of the Ministry of Local Government. And he pledges to support us because he has been more preoccupied with the politicians. You hear vehicles of Chairman LC5 and the rest of the details pertaining to the local governance arm, the political arm. But it appears of recent he has interested himself to attending to issues to do with production. Recently we held a meeting at Hotel Africana, just 1 month away. And I think there is a convergence of thought and mind in the direction of promoting production, which is the economic mainstay of every district of Uganda. Then the production officers and animal husbandry officers, these ones remain stagnated at the entry level. Is it U4? Yes. And they have reached, at one time they complained that the commissioner in charge of production is a veterinary medicine graduate. They had wanted a commissioner of production, animal husbandry or animal production background. But these reforms have since made that placement a narrative. They even went to Kenya to benchmark because Kenya has a very promising production department under their ministry. And they have presented a position, and I should imagine when the wage bill and the rest of the promotional caps are lifted, they should also follow suit. Either they are able to laugh or they are away with their ATMs to the bank with a higher remuneration commensurate with their level of training. So to say, yes, Dr. Noki Charles of Alebtong. Is it Alebtong? Yes. You raise very important information about the need to maintenance. And unfortunately, again, when I visit the local governments, I find recently built district headquarters dilapidating. And I wonder whether our backgrounds in peasantry homesteads stop us from maintaining public goods. And I'm surprised this also extends to enable resources by way of tractors. On a happy note, DAIMWAP, the Department of Water for Production and Infrastructure, headed by Engineer Boniface Okanya, who was responsible for the procurement of the many vehicles you saw at Kororo. He has since established 9 mechanization centers across the country. And part of the preoccupation under his docket will be to maintain every facility that was imported into the land to essentially promote agricultural tractorization all over the country, especially for you who are born in areas that still have large tracts of land. And as I talk now, adverts have been placed for qualified Ugandans to apply to fit within the placements that exist. And these will be placed and deployed across the 9 mechanization centers in the land. And I should imagine when I go, Mr. K and I, and also the rapporteur should have to cut out those areas of interest for action by MAIF. Initially, they will have to be addressed to the PS, but we shall be able to route them out to their respective destinations for action. So, say all the good ideas generated in this big hall should not end over here. And in my back office report, I will have to capture all these things, but additionally, engage the MPs and also let us have a delivery from this meeting by UFAS for the various departments of government to take action. I thank you for your attentive audience. As a teacher, you should imagine I have been at my best. Thank you.
And the vocabulary was not too abrasive. I will hand over now.
Oh, thank you very much for all the participants who have given in their supplement and comments. And also I would like to thank the Ministry of Agricultural official for quick response. We thank you so very much. We hope as a district local government, you could act on those issues raised. Thank you very much. Thank you members for coming. I wish you journey mercies when you're going back home.
Thank you so much. That was a good session, I think. Brought a lot of food for thought. The next part of our day, we are 15 minutes behind, but we should be having our teas. I wonder if the people at the top are ready. But that doesn't stop us talking to each other, us networking. If you have a question, we've seen the people in the room that you can go and maybe chat with. There are some things that you were not able to talk about, you know, in the full audience, but you can have a side chat with the people in the room. So please go upstairs, have your coffees, have your teas, and then we'll converge back here in 20 minutes. It's 10:46. If we can get back here around 11:10. That way we can get back our time. All right, team, I'm expecting you to be making your way back down to your tables. We have 3 minutes before we start the next segment. Also to remind you that we have people that are exhibitioning. There are exhibitions in the room and we don't want them to go back with their products. So if you can go deep, buy a few products, get to know the different technologies being shown here, talk to the people that are exhibiting. That was part of the program.
oli mulimi akati twagala kuwaayo eddakiika emu kale naye ojja kuloza. Hello. Hello everyone, as we finish to have our break tea, we are going to give an opportunity to 2 or 3 farmers to specifically share their experiences on what they have learned from this extension week and how they plan to use the knowledge they have acquired going forward, or how they are going to improve their farming practices. We have a is going to use Uganda, so we apologize for those who don't. It's going to use Rutoro. So it's so yeah, someone has offered to do the translation.
Amabara gange nwa Nyatakasajja Muhammadi ni nduga Kabarole egombora ya Rugongo. Ndi musajja mulimi kandi ni supporting bwa KRC Uganda niyo kumpa amani amayingi. Nindima ebitoka hamutindo omurungi, nindima emisiri yomuka, nindima ebijuma, nindisa n'enkoko hamwe na zero grazing. Emigaso nyingi egintungire mu kulima n'omukulisa nuko okurora ngu obunkulinda ebisoro nibindimira nibinkora famu y'ebyokulya hanyuma ebyokulya nibyera kurungi. Nikyo okuro nam.
Okay, thank you very much. He's giving us a brief background. His name's Kasajja Muhammadi, Mzee Kasajja Muhammadi. He's a farmer and he's dealing in banana. He said in banana, poultry and dairy farm at a small scale, zero grazing farm. So he told us that he's a banana farmer, as you can see, the bunches. And he said he's getting support from KRC Uganda in terms of good agronomic practices, all the trainings concerning about farming. So,
ninyenda kubamanyisa ngu bino ebitoka abakiro bwingi babaino bamanya ngu bya Kawanda na handi baitu bine izinu embibo ezitwina mbibo zaitu zonyini ezo buhangwa kandi bitoke birungi byokulya mu mulingo gwona.
Okay, he's saying these are indigenous banana. As most of you has been saying, these are nuts, these are GMOs. No, these are real indigenous banana. And he got the suckers from his parents long time ago. So he kept keeping them up to now.
Ni malira ni mbamanyisa ngo wogo wena kuhura ayatagire kukuze bitoke nkabenu ajatunga contact kuruga KRC baswa kumuleta hafamu yange nabo bongera kutunga obulimi oburungi obukwingana buno.
Okay, finally he's saying if you want to visit his farm, you can get his contact or you can reach out to KRC Uganda to take you to his farm. You visit, you learn, as well as you can also get suckers and other ideas of farming. Thank you very much.
What has he learned from this work? Is he going to tell the other farmers?
So, nisima muno omusomo guno gutwisira mu kiro kinu. Ijo ngenzerega hafamu ya nari binge nyegereyo kuroya ngo nishaka yunga habulimi bwangi. Ekyo kubanza mbaire ni specializinga ente okuba business yo kuhamwa amata. Kyonka hati nkizoira ngo business ente ino obusa kandi amata gahoisa obusa tubuwaho. Hoisa tinkumanya nomukikiyanga kurungi. Egera season baitu obusa tubukuwaho. So obusa nubo bwonyine bukora nkabenu ebintu ebimukora benu nimanyisa aba district ezindi abataina orweso rukumara mubukozesa ebintu ebi nenyo mujja kwesanga obwiro buraheka ekitoke nkakeno kina rundi nebintu ebindi ebirungi muno bina hanyuma nyegereyo ekintu ekindi mbaire nimbyaraho ebijuma omuko kumbine baitu omulingo bukwanaramu gubaye gutali murungi muno ekumanyisa ngo mbaire nimberekera ebyana bingi nkunfunemu baitu hati kyanyoleka ngu kakuba mbipuluninga kurungi nja kufuna ebijuma bingi kukiraho nawe kitibu baire byonka nebindi ebintu asobola kumarayo baitu ebike ebingezere nabyo ebintu bijja kungasera muti muno.
Okay, about the visit and this function, he said he learned a lot, and majorly when he visited in Nalidi, he learned about the cow. He used only to keep cows for milk, but now he learned about how to get money from the cow dung, as we said before, and all the products from the cow dung, and also he's saying as he's also growing some fruits like avocado and orange, he learned practices of how to increase his fruit production, like pruning and other good new varieties of fruits. Thank you.
Nabweke abataka testingiro habitoke habinu mbaye nimbasawe ningenda kubisala in pieces. Omuntu nasobola kutwaraho urukorumu rundi ibiri rundi isatu nuko atunge amazima gonyine ngutebere bitoke byokuzingira kuya bitoke byonyini embibe zaitu ezobuhangwa.
Okay, he's inviting you to this stall and he's saying he's going to cut this banana in two smaller pieces. Yes. Many of you have feared the size that you cannot carry, so that you can come and buy a piece. You go and test and feel, then confirm that it is really indigenous variety.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's clap for the farmer. Yeah. Monica, how much time do I have more? Can I go to another farmer? Oh, okay. So are you ready? Oh, okay, thank you. I have another farmer here in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I'm a first member first. And for those students you saw there up, I'm one of the formulator of body degree. I'm a field supervisor for those students. And that's a Sekawa. That's why I wanted to make clarity because I'm supervising those students from year 1 to 3rd year.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Mm.
And but as a farmer, I'm a slow food Uganda farmer. People have been asking what is slow food. Some of the people who are still sitting on the GMO bill because we are not yet sure what is coming. We have seen a lot of marathons. They develop a marathons plant and it grows like a tree. Haven't you seen? So we are fearing what will eventually come, but we shall study and then, as he said, slow food is about good age with gender with what? 230 countries in the world. In Uganda, incidentally, I'm the founder. Yes. When we went to Kawanda yesterday, we found another type of mark. I want to visit Agong. Mark. I want to visit Agong.
Yes.
Everywhere.
Peer-to-peer
So
learning.
we want UFAS to put that
in their program.
Yes. We shall pay. It's not that you are going to pay, no.
Thank
you
you
just
very much.
announce who are those people now going to Karamoja as farmers, who are going to Arugongo. And we visit this farm. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm Wali Christopher Magara. I have Arwana Natural Farm. You can visit me in Mukono. It was just near those people who went to Chituza. I'm just the neighbor of Chituza.
Him. Yeah, he wants to slow down the world. We seem to be moving very fast, eating 5-week-old chicken and growing very fast. Do we have a lady farmer? I'm told there was a lady farmer for diversity. A farmer who is a lady? Okay, I think she has stepped out. You are the lady farmer. Owo bukopa. Oba chetumura. A farmer who is a lady. Hmm?
Okay, then. I've been reliably told that she had a very good product, Obkopa. Obkopa? Obkopa. That supports in diabetes and a variety of other conditions that can be supported. So we missed her, but I'm sure that in the profile we'll have that so that we can connect a little bit later. Okay, welcome back everyone from your breakfast. Do we need to do
made this communique possible? And for that reason, before I go through the protocol, I would like to invite the members of the technical team to come and join me and the rapporteurs who have captured the proceedings of this event. Because what I'm going to present is simply a synthesis of what that team has done. Technical team, please. And rapporteurs. As they come, I would like to observe protocol. I'm pleased to see those very many good verses of the people who have mentored us to be here and of the participants who have been here from Monday to Friday. Can you give them a round of applause? Don't be behind me so much. We need to see you. And not so much that far. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to just give a brief. Is it working? Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm far, which is part of some of the members are here. And for the actual event, I've been leading the team of rapporteurs. So what you are going to hear is a product. This year's Extension Week had the sub-theme, Unlocking Uganda's Agricultural Potential. Multi-stake actor agriculture extension and advisory services for resilient, digital, market-oriented agri-food ecosystems. So we're going to look through and see how far have we gone in discussing that theme. This event was preceded by 5 regional workshops, which were ably presented by the people who presented in the morning. And we saw how much and what they discussed in those regional events. For communique, we have to do this declaration with the participants of this Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week, held between 20th and 24th April, are aware that extension must be treated as a business, with defined value proposition, revenue streams, and return on investment. The private sector are already providing extension because it is in their commercial interest. However, policy must recognize, certify, and coordinate them. Otherwise, we can overlap or contradict each other, and that can confuse the recipients of our services. We also were informed that integrated extension delivery through co-financed partnership ensures systemic coherency. And I believe many presenters talked about not working in silos, but to collaborate and work together for the good of the beneficiaries. We were also made aware that extension must bridge 3 structural gaps. The first one, the research extension linkage that keeps technology on shelves rather than on farms. Secondly, the farmer market feedback void that leaves producers without market intelligence. And thirdly, the information to action barriers that prevent knowledge from becoming practice. We are also made aware or informed that extension is one of Uganda's least regulated professions. This was echoed by a number of presenters here. And yet the National Agriculture Extension Bill of 2007 is not yet enacted after 9 years. Something has to be done. There is no certification, there is no licensing, there is no very complicated and not easy to follow up. Another issue, another message that we got is that researchers are judged on publications, but extension officers are judged based on activities and not on farm impact. That means that without performance frameworks, rewarding collaboration and farm level results, we are likely to continue seeing people working in silos because there is no incentive for them to be recognized for that collaboration. That calls for policy to take care of that. Another message that we got is that sustainable digital extension requires public-private partnerships architecture, where the government provides the foundation and the private sector drives commercialization, maintenance, and AI-powered service delivery. Even the presenter that presented this morning was mentioning about maintenance. Government has problems with maintenance. So we can design all the digital tools, but there is need for that maintenance and commercialization. We are also made aware that the extension landscape lacks a coherent multi-actor coalition structure where the private sector, the youth, the civil society organizations remain marginal in the former system. It was pointed out that most of the leadership positions are held by men and normally middle age and on. So that leaves the youth out of the leadership positions as well as the women. And that can have implications for the kind of policies that we have. As we were told by Professor Lamy, that whoever is in charge of the writing determines the narrative. We were also informed that reliance on project funding threatens the agriculture extension and advisory services sustainability. Therefore, there is a need to shift towards institutional models that survive beyond individual project cycles. It was also clear in the parallel sessions that the livestock, aquaculture, and apiculture extension is under-resourced relative to the crop extension, despite their strategic economic importance. Now let's look at the issues. What issues came up in the different discussions that we had in the last 4 days? One, that extension services are crucial for translating agroecological value into market visibility. And this will help to avoid agroecological farmers' products competing with conventional prices. I believe some of you who go to the markets, you know that very well, that it's difficult to find where there is a price discrimination between organic or agroecologically produced products and the conventional ones in our normal markets. And that is a disadvantage to the farmers, and it discourages them from taking on agroecological practices. We were also informed that farmers are often trained in production without simultaneous market linkage, making training incomplete and unsustainable. Another issue is that practitioners hold experiential knowledge, often not documented, not validated scientifically, and rarely attributed to them. While academics study and publish about practitioners' work. I'm shy about talking about this one, but we do. And, and we become more visible than the people who have worked. So we have to work around there. We also realize that professionalization frameworks historically exclude women, youth from the agriculture extension and advisory services role and leadership, despite their dominance in the agricultural workforce. Agents are assumed to be frontline adaptation agents, but they lack specific training in the climate smart agricultural practices, data tools to use, and institutional backing. That means we are expecting too much from them without equipping them with the technical knowledge that they require and the resources. Another issue that came out from the discussions is that policy baselines are distorted about inaccurate farmer to extension worker ratios. Because normally the ratios that are quoted, like the 1 to 1,800, focus more on public extension staff, while ignoring the other actors. And yet in Uganda, we are having a pluralistic agriculture extension system. Oh, sorry. I went too hard. Okay. Another issue is the inadequate development partner coordination, which causes costly duplication and coverage gaps. You find that in some areas of Uganda, you have so many actors in agriculture extension and advisory services, while in others, there is hardly any coverage. Like one of the youths was sharing with us this morning that they've never seen an extension officer. But that could be because of such an issue. Another one is that government digital platforms often fail with digital transition, while digital transition remains ad hoc without any framework. And then currently, we have no standardized bundling of extension services with finance, insurance, inputs, and market access. And yet, we talked about this in 2024. It also came out in this one. So that is a pointer to policy direction as far as standardizing bundling of agriculture extension and advisory services. And then we have the European Union Deforestation Regulation, compliance and traceability, which are essential for the EU access, market access, and yet most extension actors and farmers do not have the knowledge about it. We need to think around how do we make our clients get to know about it. And then we have AI tools in academic settings, raise institutional policy challenges, but the deeper issue is the mindset regarding AI-assisted learning. Because these extension officers we see in the field actually come from academic institutions. So if they are not empowered during their training to use AI to get information, to support their practice, then they are likely to go to the field without that capacity to use it. And then lastly, public trust in extension workers was severely damaged by the NIDS era corruption legacy. So, given all those many issues, we are calling upon stakeholders to undertake the following actions. All actors in AES should shift from just production to integrate market and buyer-driven advisory services. Secondly, MAIF's strategy to professionalize agriculture extension should focus on technical competence alongside accountability, ethics, and respect for farmer agency. Government and the private sector actors should leverage the PDM financing and organizational strength to enable parish-level agro-industrialization. One of our exhibitors here and one of the presenters in the parallel sessions shared about how that has shown good results, micro-industrialization at parish level, which we can borrow from and pilot maybe in other areas in this country. MAIF should institutionalize agro-dealers, professionalization to ensure technical skill, accountability, and service-oriented business practices. The minister should also build the technical efficiency of extension officers regarding the agro-input dynamics and utilization. That came out clearly in the panel discussion that we had here. MAIF also needs to streamline the diverse community-trained roles. We had village agents, we had FET, CBF, so many, more than 10 actually, that were discussed, into a cohesive system with integrated income streams and formal oversight of the agricultural officers. MAIF must mandate market-led design as the standard for all extension services. As we saw earlier on, that teaching farmers to produce more without telling them how to market doesn't help them. And then also align all extension programs with the emerging National Agriculture Extension and Advisory Services Coalition framework to eliminate duplication through mandatory actor mapping and shared coverage plans, so that any other organization that's providing AES should first find out where are the others and where can I fit in to fill the coverage gap. Government should establish a legally recognized national multi-actor AES coalition to incorporate the different actors and community facilitators with clear roles and accountability. We also need to create a dedicated government budget line or co-financing mechanism to sustain regional dialogue platforms independently of external project funding, because it was highlighted that many initiatives after the project cycle fundings are phased out, and we miss out on very good initiatives. MAIF and all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services provision should reposition all value obtain, all MAIF and all actors in agriculture extension and advisory services should reposition high value chain extension around 3 market requirements. 1, quantities. You had the lady of BSF where there was market, but she could not raise the quantity required consistently. Quality is key, and consistency. And also integrate traceability systems and EUDR compliance education into advisory content for all export commodities. We are all Ugandans and we are aware how much the registration of coffee farmers brought an uproar in this country. But we cannot run away from it. It is here and we need to follow it. Extension advisory packages must bundle all enabling services because knowledge without access to finance, insurance, and quality inputs, as well as market linkages, is not useful to the farmer because they will not act on what they've learned. MAIF and district local governments should train extension workers as frontline climate adaptation agents. Climate change is with us, and we need to equip the people on the ground, especially with the early warning system so that they are able to understand it, climate information system services, and standard CSA packages matched to Uganda's agroecological zones. And then lastly, academia and government should take initiative and establish a framework to encourage and motivate extension practitioners to document, share their expertise and experience to inform policy and practice. You remember wearing the scientific goggles? And even the practitioners themselves should take initiative to lobby so that academic institutions accept the kind of writing, in academic. I've looked at the call for action, but if you go back to our theme this year, we are looking at, and even the Vision 2040 and National Development Plan 4, we are talking of commercialization of agriculture. From our discussion, we thought it prudent to come up with some of the business opportunities that came out from the discussions so that the participants are present and maybe others who read the report can take on some of these business opportunities. The first one is the private extension service provision, which creates youth employment and closes Uganda's extension gap. There was evidence from several of them. I just mentioned a few here. The commercially oriented community-based facilitators, the village agents, the digital farm visit motors, that is a digital tool. So we encouraged to go into private extension service provision for money. Secondly, the market intelligence platforms. The presenter from IDEA showed us that it's possible, and even you can go regional, East African region I mean, not regional within Uganda, that there is demand for agricultural price intelligence because for their organization, they have 18,000 weekly readers and 32 markets tracked. And if you are able to tap into that, that is a business idea. Number 3, AI-powered extension tools. Isa Greek shared with us that context-specific AI platforms are possible with using data from Uganda. And though it is nascent, it is in demand because they have clients who are subscribed on that CAIS platform of theirs. And then we also realized that there are opportunities for edutech and agri-tech entrepreneurs to develop localized AI advisory, diagnostic tools, and automated community management systems. There's also opportunity in agro-processing and value addition. A case in point was the micro industry at parish level that one of the presenters shared, but also through our field visits and even other presenters, there was a lot of value addition that we saw. So that creates opportunities in processing, in packaging, in cold chain logistics, in export compliance services as well. And then we have the business development services. You heard it from the president himself and also from GIZ for those who are in that side event, that there is an opportunity to also provide business development services. And lastly, we have organic certification and premium markets. This is the way to go. This market is still prime in our country, and we are lucky that our environment is still good and it can be taken on. We now have a National Participatory Guarantee Systems Council, which creates a certification pathway for organic smallholders. This is reasonably cheaper than the international companies, and they're able to certify organic producers. In that line, we have business opportunities in consumer education as extensionists, premium retail development, organic chain aggregation for certified agroecological produce, even organic agro inputs. So those are the business opportunities that we were able to glean out from the presenters, but I picked out BCF farming in particular. It should be part of the other one, but it stood out that I thought we could share more about it. It is a commercially viable enterprise, which is on high demand for fish farmers and poultry producers. And as highlighted by the presenter, they need digital record keeping platforms. Those people who are digital savvy, you can support the farmers in that area. Defatting equipment, that is something new to me. I didn't know it exists, but it is. She mentioned one of their key challenges they have is the larvae having a lot of fat, and then aggregation models, and then organic input supply chain. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is, I would like to thank you for listening. And it has been long, but being a communique, I have to make sure we have captured all that we discussed. Thank you very much.
Could we have a photo before we do that? Do we feel, show of hands, do we feel that the communique best represents everything that was discussed? Show of hands. Wonderful. I would like to say 90% of the room feel that the communique best represents everything that's been discussed. That's why it's going to be a wonderful picture of smiles, because you feel like the job is done. So we're going to have a picture with the technical team, and then I'm going to also invite maybe for a short one for the board from UFAS, from MAIF, to also have a picture with them, and then we'll get to the next segment. First, with just the technical team. Board? You guys don't want pictures. Okay, fine. I wanted to have a picture with the board, but since, yeah, it is fine. Yeah? Board, patron, Maif, yeah, members of the board. You're not doing a technical undertaking of recording everything that's been discussed over 5 days. Requires a lot more, oomph. Yes, AFAS, GIZ, World Vision, let's get in there. I just want to make sure that this is remembered. What did I not mention? All right. I spy with my... Maybe one representative from the district. Mr. Is it Okwe? Or Ojwe? Mr. Ojwe, if you could come also and if he's around still. A farmer also should come. A representative from the farmer. GIZ. I called them. He's there. Yes. All right, fantastic. Representative from the district's local government. A student. Okay. At this point, Agra? Okay, at this point, I also want a facilitator's representation. Joshua. Pelham. All right. Hajj. There. Pelham is represented finally. Dr. Kant is here. All right, we're taking the picture now. Beatrice will have another session. Yes. All right, now I'm going to fire the photograph. It's taking too long. Great.
Was taken because they sent right from them to you. All of them. They all get consent.
All right. The photos are going to be put in one place and they will be accessible to everyone to share because we got consent. All right, thank you so much. Now, I'm going to invite Elizabeth to walk us through a brief bit. We talked about monitoring, we talked about accountability. We're going to have a quick session on the evaluation of how we've done for the day or for the week actually. Elizabeth, you're ready? All right.
As the slides are coming on, I want to request each one of us to stand up and we stretch a little bit. All right, let's stand and stretch a little bit. Okay, my board chair wants to give us an energizer.
Reach out to something in front of you, seriously.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Miro, for that energy. All right, so this is a very brief session where we want to hear feedback. We've been here for 5 days, but even before the 5 days, many other activities were going on. Kindly scan this QR code, and then when you're able to, we can start. You should see that interface over there. So far, 4 people have joined. Okay, we're at 5 now. In case you find issues connecting, please don't hesitate to let us know. We have a team that can troubleshoot. All right, 14 so far. And some already giving us a thumbs up. Oh yes, 25. Keep coming, 29. We should at least start when we're maybe 40 or 50. Okay, leaving no one behind. But in case you don't have a smartphone, we are also available to take your feedback so that we are not leaving any feedback behind. Okay, so we are now 39. We can proceed. We're at 40. Great. So again, like we shared, we've been here for 5 days, but even before the 5 days, a lot of things were happening. There are pre-event engagements, and these include the communication, the pre-events, the regional events that you've had. Kindly rate them for us on a scale of 1 to 10. Official operation, everything is compounded in there. The design of the event is largely about the structure, the program in general. How was it structured? It had side events, it had panels, it had parallel sessions. Help us rate all that. The duration of the event, it's 5 days. Last year the other year we had 4 days. So how has the duration been this time? Last year you told us that it was so short, and that's why we had 5 days this time. So, and then, yes, pre-event engagement. Beatrice, are you? Just may you please support Beatrice? And from what we see so far, I think we need to do some more around the prevent engagement, the way we engage before the event. You're sharing that feedback. All right, so this is the next question. You should see this interface on your screens. Do you feel this event has added value to you? We have a yes, no, and not sure. And so far, 9 people are saying yes. 17 people are saying this event has added value to them. Thank you so much for that feedback. And now 19. And so far, only 21 of the 43 have responded. And all the 22 people are saying, yes, the event has added value to them. All right, before we came, all of us, I believe, had expectations. And to what extent have your expectations been met? It is a scale of 1 to 5. And it takes the average, so 4.7 out of 5 so far. And that is just 17 out of the 43. Average score out of 5 so far is 4.7 in terms of meeting expectations. 29 respondents. Okay, so from what we get from you, your expectations have been met to a greater extent. Thank you so much. And that's from 33 people. All right, and that takes us to what you enjoyed most. Yes, the majority of you are saying that the event has met your expectations, but what have you enjoyed most? Here you're at liberty to type. You should have some slots to type. All right. Okay, may have to stand this side. Panel discussions. People enjoyed the panel discussions. They enjoyed the field trip, the meals, the breakout rooms. Dr. Kasim's story and scientific goggles. Okay, Dr. Kasim, for those of you that were not here on day one, Dr. Kasim Sadiq was our keynote speaker for this event. Scientific goggles, food and knowledge, and good videography, good photos. People appreciating the good photos, the interactions, the digitalizing AES, and many others. Let me just scroll through. I'll not be able to read each of the responses, but you can see what came through. All right, so here we can just lump some of them. Remember the many responses that came in. Here we're grouping them. So the majority are saying they enjoyed the field trip. We have 7 people saying panel discussions were the highlights, and many others. But that is from 36 out of the 47. So I wish we could hear from all the responses in the respondents in the room. All right, so again, this is a general one, but in one word, how would you describe this event? Given what you've shared so far, how do you wrap this up in just one word? Excellent, interactive, fantastic, well-planned, informative, and the bigger the size, the more the responses. So more people here are saying that it was informative. Educative, fantastic, enriching, successful, memorable, wow. Multi-actor awareness, innovative, so good, marvelous. and many others. Oh, and one says there was food security. There was food security, exceptional, multi-actor. Thank you so much. Well planned, resourceful. Engaging, informative, it is standing out. So that means more people have said that the event has been informative. And now we are flipping the coin. What would you like to see more of in the subsequent sessions? We asked you what you enjoyed most. You've described the event in one word, but now what would you like to see more of in the subsequent events? More international participants, more mobilization. Thank you for this feedback. Experience sharing, the side events, high-level policymakers. Yes, next time, our dear policymakers, we need to see more of you. We need more actors in extension, actors coming on board. We need more field engagements. We need participation from financial institutions. And remember, we said we cannot do much if we work in silos, so having these as partners would be nice. So more community-based trainers in the room. Keep them coming. So I'll just scroll through. I may not be able to read each response, but we need to see more of Kaizi. And from what we know so far, Kaizi is an AI help by Easier Greek. We need Ministry of Finance. Yes, very important. There is a gap in government officials. Okay, maybe at some point you may need to unpack some of this feedback that is coming through. We need mobilization from other ministries. Less food, more learning. Okay. We need more vibe. Yes, that is well noted. We need more trips. We need to hear more from farmers than the scientists. That is well noted. We need more private extension workers. We need more partners. We need to improve on the breakfast. Okay, that is also feedback that we'll share with the hotel. We need to involve farmers. We need the PDM secretariat in this room next time. Madam Beatrice, these are the people sharing the feedback. And we need more organized exhibitions, as well as we need to engage and involve the cultural leaders. All right. Okay, now that takes us to the last one. Any questions regarding this event, or even next steps, or even your reflections? This is a blank check, and you should have somewhere to type so that you are able to take your questions. In case you have any questions, you should see a slot on your gadgets where you can type. How do we engage more with UFAS? Fantastic. All right, so there are many ways that we can engage with UFAS. We have a secretariat. We are located in Tinder, but we are also online. We have a team here. Feel free to reach out to any of the UFAS team members here for more information. Is there allowance for participants? Madam Beatrice, I think I may need to give you the microphone to answer some of these questions. As far as I know, I'm not certain, but as far as I know, there was no allowance. prepared. At least I was part of the team that was preparing. Recommendations: more policy actors, extension workers should be engaged, okay? That is well noted. Next time we need exchange discussions among districts. Ah, that's a good one. So I believe as we plan for the next event, we'll factor some of these things in. Can we next time have videos of success stories from farmers regarding extension they receive? This is a very good idea. I can't agree more. This is very important. What happened to the cultural dance and entertainment? Okay, some of these questions, I will need assistance. I wish Madam Beatrice here, you can join me, or my board chair, so that we are able to respond to these good people. Would you like to share something? What happened to the cultural dance and entertainment? Can you have another microphone? So we'll take a few more and then we'll continue with the next part of the program.
So what are the questions? There is that one, there's another one. About, I remember one about facilitation. I don't know that it's me to answer it because you were invited here, you paid for yourself. So what facilitation were we supposed to give? Actually, what we gave was calculated into was like maintenance here. So it was very difficult. I know there are some people even asked, maybe here or not here, to present their case story, the case story of their organizations. And then after that, some people were asking us, are you paying us for presenting? I think we need to develop that culture. Once you have been given a whole floor to present your case, I don't think really it is right to expect that again you are given, you know, that whatever then, but I'm not saying all, okay? I'm just noting that next time some of these things, when you are paying, I think there's something also which I can pass out here, which I think was, I thank my DPMOs that they actually solved this. When we call and then you have paid, if you have extra people you are coming with, just know that you have to pay for them, or they get their facilitation away from the conference, like if it's a driver or whatever, because it becomes complicated when you have paid 390 to stay here, and yet you have another person who came with you who is going to go through, and this course was mainly on meals and the venue.
Thank you so much.
Then on the, what is the other question about the cultural dinner? Okay. The cultural dinner, oh, someone is doing like this. The cultural dinner we had actually, even together with the partners, we had discussed and said that we need, you know, an organization to fund that. Usually we have always had an organization to fund it. When we didn't get it, we put together our heads and said, okay, we shall be cutting out the break teas, okay? Evening teas, to be able to make the culture dinner. Now the first, and these were three breaks. The first one, the hotel said they had already, that one had already booked. You know, for hotels, what you book on the first day goes like that. So they could not change, and what remained could not make sense to do that what? So that's why we had all the break teas. Otherwise, people would be now asking, why didn't we have the break teas, and then would explain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Beatrice. More questions are coming through, but we'll not read each one of them. But we recognize all those that have submitted questions and feedback and insights about having more regional events. What next after the extension week? This will be addressed during the official closing by my board chair here. Okay, these are some of the questions that are coming through that we are taking note of, and hopefully we can speak to them at that point in time. Okay, feedback is all noted. So at this point in time, I wish to invite my colleague Monica to take us through the last segment of this event. And as she comes, I wish to but recognize the presence of Madame Adeline Mohebwa. Madame Adeline is the immediate past chairperson of the board of UFAS. Welcome, Madame Adeline. And in the same way, I also wish to recognize the presence of Madam Connie Nancha, who is the Director of Communications and Marketing at World Vision. Welcome, Madam Connie, and we appreciate the support of World Vision, and we also appreciate your presence here today. I also but recognize the presence of our Executive Director of AFAS, Dr. Lillian Lihasi. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right. We are slowly inching towards the end of this auspicious week, the Uganda National Agricultural Extension Week for the year 2026. It has been a great experience, I must say. You've been a great audience. You have participated. You have stood up when you were told to stand up. You sat when you were told to stand. You had your break teas and everything, and you kept time. I must say that when I saw time management as one of the things that, worked well, it is all down to everyone's cooperation. So we thank you all for being a farm. You've been here for 5 days. You've come in on time. So thank you so much. As we come to the end, I would like to, first of all, go through what is going to happen. We're going to have the presentation from our CEO, UFAS. We'll then have another closing remark from Dr. Miro. Then we'll have GIZ represented by Mr. Geoffrey Oba. We'll have a wrap-up coming from our Executive Director, AFAS. And then we'll have also some remarks coming in from Maif. And then we'll close out with our very special World Vision, who have really, alongside multiple actors and partners, supported the successful event that has been this Extension Week. All right, I've got a very good suggestion from my fellow facilitator that before we get into the closing remark, we randomly select 2 people that are going to also affirm and participate in the closing of the event. Now, me, I don't like randomizing. So, I am going to say that we will have one representative from the youth, who are 78% of this population, and they are the future of agriculture and extension. So pick amongst you one person, but I'll give them 1 minute. Then I'll go to the district local government. Who are the people who are going to hold the extension workers in the field accountable? I'll ask them to also select one person. 1 minute. I'm not polite like Elizabeth and Joshua. For me, I stand behind you and say, time, time, time. So, who have you selected? The youth? We've selected Miss Musimenta. Or should we bribe Joab, who has the avocado? All right, you introduce yourself, and then you give me 1 minute to close us off. And maybe we give her a round of applause as she comes forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, thanks for coming through. My name is Anissa Shila, and I'm a student at Makerere University, pursuing a bachelor's in agriculture and renovation. On behalf of the youth, I've been chosen to present them. I want to thank Dr. Miro and the whole first board. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to be part of the extension week. We are really happy. We have learned and we have relearned, and we hope we are going to act and put into practice what we have learned, and together with all the extension workers who are here, thanks for coming. And I think we're going to you'll be able to bridge the gap between the researchers, the extension, and the farmers, so that we boost the productivity of agriculture sector. Thank you so much, and I wish you well as you go back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the district has selected their representative? District 1, District 2, District 3, over there. He has self-selected. When you don't vote, what happens? There is self-voting. Introduce yourself, what district, and then 1 minute. And when you see me coming close to you, you know the 1 minute is done.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Andima Vincent, Buikwe District Local Government. On behalf of the local government officials who are here, we want to take the mantle in extension. We know it very well that in most cases, we do a lot, but not a lot is also appreciated. That one is it's a narrative which is there. However, considering what we have got through this week, taking into account the other extension actors, I believe we are going to collaborate more and do more. Then in the end, I think we shall be recognized. For brothers who are coming from far, I want to wish you journey masses. And I wish in the next event, we again come back and be in bigger numbers. I'm worried that next time we may need to get a bigger hall than this one, because I'm very sure that the numbers are going to increase. Thank you very much.
1 minute was well used. Huh? All right. Before we go again to the closing remarks, there is a special group of characters that have been here, crisscrossing around in the room. Our photographers, our videographers, our social media handlers, our presenters. Do you know some of this work can't be done if there's no one behind saying the presentation is not on there. So maybe just a round of applause for them. If they could just stand up. And the branding of the room, we've seen the posters up, we've seen, so much happening. Yeah, the branding has been exceptional. I must say the visibility, every time I go on LinkedIn. Oh yes. Now an extensionalist, and this time we are going to specify a lady, because we are representative in Uganda. Yes? Can we have one lady come? An extension worker. I have my glasses on so I can pinpoint. Could we point out someone in the room? Extension worker, female. No, that's district local government. Over there. Please come. My teacher always said, if you're called upon, you thank the graces and you take the space. Your name? Yes, please come forward.
Thank you so much. My name is Oshaba Brenda.
the Senior Agriculture Engineer, Bunyangabu District. I am so humbled and grateful to be part of this function. At first what I thought is what not I found. I thank you so much, the organizers. Thank you so much, the presenters. Thank you so much, everyone that made this function successful. I have learned and ready to teach the Bunyangabu extension workers what I picked from this place. Thank you so much.
I even felt like giving you an extra minute. All right, back to business. I would like to invite our very own CEO, and she should be accompanied by a big, huge round of applause. We've seen over time, they've been talking about all the work she's done over 30 years. She's walking around with are you Anna or Grace? Our very own Grace, yeah? To come forward.
Wow. I almost have no words. And to all people who are here, we've been standing on the protocols which were established by our chairperson since the beginning. I'm just here to thank all of you. I'm actually excited. I'm overwhelmed, challenged by what has happened. It has been work, work no rest, but I think it has been worth it. I want to thank so much for the support which we have got. The support from the WOFAS team itself, the board members who have supported us, because it's WOFAS. AFAS, our mother, we call them our mother. And GIFRAS is our grandmother. Yeah, that's how we categorize ourselves. And then the people down are the children and the grandchildren. So WOFAS, we are here and we have parents, but we have the children down, the members and the extension workers down there. Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate the attendance, everybody who is here. You know, when I saw the numbers swelling, thank you very much. And I want to thank again my local government people for mobilizing yourselves at a short time and being here in numbers. I didn't show when we look at the WOFAS, even just membership, small membership of about, right now, about 600. It is the public people who take the biggest share. And we all know that the biggest, number of extension workers are public. So thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for not just attending, but participating. You know, it is different from attending and you sit there, but everybody in their own way has participated. People have actually shared. People have done a lot. The exhibitors, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presenters. You know, you saw the presentations which we had. We called for papers. We called some papers were not coming in since last year, but we decided to orientate the presentations and call people and oriented the presentations. We requested people to present on extension in something, extension in the coffee value chain. Please come and tell us extension in a House of avocado. And I think that has really been, because this is what we wanted to actually harvest. What are the issues there? But also, what are the successes? I have one of my bosses says we should stop talking about challenges, but talk about solutions. And I think there are solutions which have been talked about it. Thank you so much for the support of the main people who have come out to support this function. Thank you so much, Agra. Thank you so much, GIZ. Thank you so much, World Vision. Sorry if I don't mention anybody, Kilimo Trust, Pelham, Forum, Narrow, oh, that one I can't even be. Narrow, thank you very much. You saw that for this time, we actually, the biggest number of field sites were Narrow. And thank you so much. I think we have started, you know, on Monday we signed an MOU. And I think the MOU has been seen working right from the beginning. Okay, thank you so much for that. I said I'm just here to thank the different people and thank you for the support. Because this, actually to tell you, this WOFAS, we have no money. We have no money to hold this function. Our biggest capacity, our biggest strength is mobilizing the partners. We mobilize the partners, and when the partners come in, things happen. And among the partners are the individual members, because by you contributing what you contributed, you actually did what? Supported. Actually, some of the organizations will recognize their participation, their support. If you support and let's say bring 10, it means you have already contributed 3.9 million to this what? So that is the support, and thank you, and let us keep this spirit. When we call upon you, please do that. Just come, just mobilize. Don't even wait. There are platforms which are there. Don't even wait to be written to. Some people stay there and say, you didn't write to us. Even an individual. We don't have we don't have that capacity to write to each one. When you hear, let us be like in the culture, it is also losing out. In the villages, when there is any function, any event, people don't wait for invitation. People ask, what can I do? Where can I contribute? And people come. So they don't have, but I hear that we, the Kampala people, we are changing those things in the villages. Otherwise, the spirit, we should keep that spirit. When you hear, just say, what do we do? What do we contribute? And then we all come. With that, I'll just end with, the technical team, can you stand up? Technical team, please, the technical team. Elizabeth has forgotten that she's part of the technical team. That is okay. Yeah, I want to thank Dr. Irene, who has driven the technical team for technical issues. And I want to thank Elizabeth. Does she need an upload? All this, the whole publicity you've seen, people you have seen the photograph for the first time, you've been seeing things going around, and that is Elizabeth. Thank you so much for coordinating. It started earlier and it's still continuing. Thank you so much. Ruth is not here. She's not feeling well, as you heard. She's been coordinating the regional events. And I think she's coordinated very well. We have Andrew. Where's Andrew? Andrew has been coordinating the field visits. Maybe he has gone out. I saw him somewhere. Andrew Mnyole is the one who has been coordinating the field visits. The field visits. And thank you very much. Scovia, where's Scovia? Logistics? She's not here. Okay, so thank you for making, I've been the overall coordinator of those teams. And if they didn't work, I wouldn't also do anything. Thank you so much. And I want, when you leave, please carry the message and be there and hold the flag. Lastly, I would like everybody here to leave. If you are not yet a member of WOFAS, please become a member. And I would have, yesterday we had the QR code which went around in the buses. I hope many people just express their interest. Of course, when you express the interest, you have to pay the membership, and then let's come together and work together for UFAS. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You know, I had to go for coaching. Madame Beatrice, how do you say your name? Luzobe. You know, the pronunciations are very important. In a special way, I'd like to invite our very own chairperson to the board, Dr. Miro. He's going to serve to function, share his closing remarks, but also invite the representative from GIZ.
Thank you so much, our facilitator, for inviting me. Our guest of honor today, Madame Connie Nancha, my sister, Communications Director, World Vision, representing the ED, World Vision, the representative of the Commissioner of Culture Extension and Skills Management, Mr. Stephen Magume, and all the senior managers from MAIF, and also from the Department of Extension and Skills Management, the Executive Director of the African Forum for Culture Advisory Services, our very own Dr. Lillian Lihasi, our staff here present, our partners, World Vision, GIZ, Pelam Forum, and so many of you. We salute and thank you. The patron of UFAS, who has just stepped out but is with us today, the DPMOs that are represented, our former chairperson, Madame Adeline Rashana Muhewa, our executive mentor. At the same time, she's also our executive mentor. Our CEO, Madame Beatrice Luzobe, members of the UFAS board, should have come first. Members of the UFAS board, then the CEO, Beatrice Luzobe, members of academia, especially from the Mountains of the Moon University, Chambogo University, members of the private sector, Extension, our UNADA ED, Dr. Chris Ibinsitavio. I think you should give me a reward for managing your name very well. Members in civil society, Extension, managers, members, colleagues from our culture advisory, from all different organizations, farmers organizations, youth organizations. We have here people we call the Innovation Transfer Partners, who are supported by Reforum, young people who are doing great work in extension. You can't believe what they do, but they're out there with a serious footprint. The chair of the technical working group, Dr. Irene Tambula, and your team, presenters, panelists, exhibitors, facilitators, rapporteurs, members of the technical working group, members of the media, UFAS members, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to hear a better good afternoon. You know what, as we draw to the close of this very important Uganda Culture Extension Week 2026, I'm really honored to stand before you after 5 days of serious dialogue, practical learning, genuine collaboration and networking. I want to first of all thank each of you, by the way, in a very, very special way, for investing to come and participate in this event. I usually teach my students that there is a cost of being members of any organization. It costs you money, it costs you time, it costs you obeying the rules of the network. So I really want to thank you, and please let's clap for each other. Those of you who have self-financed, those of you who have been supported by GIZ to come, and also our partner organizations. I also want to, in a very, very special way, and indeed importantly, appreciate the government of Uganda, the Minister of MAIF, that is Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Department of Extension and Skills Management. Thank you so much. Actually, just to let you know, that we are reaching out even to other commissioners, and we saw the Commissioner of Animal Resources, I believe, you can correct me, Dr. Ademun was here on Tuesday. We want to thank you very much, and please let's thank the ministry. We have their support, we have their guidance, we have their advice all the time and all the way. I also want to request you to appreciate GIZ, who have supported us in very, very big ways, brought so many actors, including DPMOs, and worked with us this journey, because it takes resources to run an event of this nature. Isn't that true? And so, thank you for appreciating them. So on behalf of the board and all of you UFAS members, I also want to extend our appreciation to every speaker, every panelist, exhibitor, field visit host, participant, those in person and those online, for your participation, for your contribution, energy, enthusiasm, feedback, and insights that have made this week a great success. We cannot fail to thank AFAS. We have acknowledged GIZ, but I tell you, a lot of serious resources from AFAS have made us visible. What you see out there, what you see on display here, came from AFAS. Please support them, encourage them with a powerful hand of appreciation. Can we add another one? And especially to our ED, Dr. Lillian Lihasi, and her staff members, who beyond her have also been led by Dr. Rosmita Birungi. Great support, great guidance, and feedback, and we always, always appreciate it, and we will always appreciate it. We began this week with a clear premise for an effective agriculture extension for the last mile, but also arguing that we must work together if we are going to build a resilient and profitable market-focused extension. You know what, I'm an academic and I'm a great thinker and I'm a great designer. I think, Madam Beatrice, you forgot to bring that out, but it's okay. That I took time together with that team to design a very good extension week. Not alone, but together. We made sure that it is beyond just scientific presentations, to capture areas where you need to live, feeling you've been capacitated, and we will always continue to have you in our minds as your leaders, together with the Secretariat, whenever we design any event. So again, I want to thank the board members and also the technical working group, and certainly our very own CEO for appropriating what we designed together and making it so successfully the way we have seen it today. So really my remarks, we should not go far, even though we could say so many technical words. As the chairperson of the board and as the board, we have purpose to make sure that every member of UFAS is reached. We are very, very intentional when it comes to membership services. We have already gone through, with the support of Agutera, an assessment on how we can reach you better. And please trust me, we are going to do our best. We may not be perfect, but we're going to bear each of you, whether you are in public sector, whether you are in private extension or civil society or media or student or researcher, we have you in mind, especially if you are supporting our culture extension and advisory services. Please note that we wanted to appreciate, what does it take? What does extension look like when the markets are assured? Because you know we have moved into agro-industrialization. PDM is picking people to get into the market economy. So we must have models, extension approaches. And we want to learn, how are they organized to make sure our farmers access markets, meet the standards, the quality standards, and earn out of them. And so in the middle of that process is you, especially you in the house here today, doing that follow-up, the guidance, but also anchoring yourselves in the needs of the buyer, the importer, the exporter, the processor, and making sure what they want, farmers are able to do, and also to meet the market demands. So again, thank you. I believe you've borrowed a leaf here and there, and you have something to take back home. Lastly, to assure you that now as we leave, for us, what is on our mind, especially me, which I'm going to share to the board and also finally to Madame Beatrice to appropriate, is how we are going to follow up on what we've come out with today. We agree with one of the statements said that we will have to polish the communique. Madam Dr. Irene, there is some strong feedback that came around how we captured NAD's role, that you remember. So we shall polish that and more, but we shall polish again with you in mind. We will request you, ladies and gentlemen, leaders of our extension organizations, to implement our communique in one way or the other, including the one of 2024. It had very good pointers. So we are calling upon, as my executive mentor and former vice chairperson requested in the feedback, that we get a sponsor to help us follow up with you, encourage you. We need to encourage each other. And we hear you when you say we should come alongside, of course, with the support of government, to continue to promote standards, certify, accredit. And our dear guest of honor, of course, as a private civil society actor who also government appreciates, but also to our senior managers from the ministry. If you can look at my face one more time, I know you are looking at it on the screen. UFAS is more than ready to help you when it comes to following, creating standards, following them through. We may not be perfect, but you know what? We are here to be supported, to be guided to do that. Please, I don't know if you have any other motivated partner. When I'm teaching the students, I say, if you're going to work with the farmers organization, why struggle create a new one when there is already one which is already on the ground? UFAS is on the ground, and we will be ready, sir, to work with the ministry to follow through with the standards, the guidelines, making our members here compliant by educating them, coaching them. We don't have to push them or to whip them as was suggested. We just need to encourage them and create an enabling environment for them to follow these standards and serve our clients without hurting them. So with those few remarks, I want to invite our Secretary General and my Vice Chairperson. We have a small token of appreciation. Please, Secretary General, I see you, sir, to come. We have some tokens of appreciation, which we agreed that we should come and appreciate some of the partners who have done us good this time. Vice Chairperson, please, if you can. Yeah. Please celebrate our Vice Chairperson, very important person. And also our patron, please, our patron. Yes, I had that in mind, though it was flying out. Come and we appreciate our partners here briefly. And okay. Okay, so I understand. I thought we were here. So the tokens are not yet here, but when they come, even if they find us at lunch, I will invite the camera there. It will be like a dinner sort of, and we hand you your wonderful token. With that, again, please allow us to welcome one of our partners who has been very instrumental in this meeting. This is none other than Mr. Oba, where you saw from GIZ, to give a few remarks. They don't have to be as lengthy as mine, just brief, and then we proceed with, let's celebrate GIZ. Let's celebrate Mr. Oba. Very, very supportive, very, very helpful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, the board chair of us, Dr. Mira. I want to stand on the protocol that was already placed by the board chair. And Before I continue, I want to introduce one person. This is Mr. Maxi Stephen Oponya. Stephen is behind there. One colleague that I work with very, very closely and is supported immensely in organizing the regional event for the 3 events in the north and working with the district local governments and offers. So thank you, Maxi, for also being here since Monday up to today. So briefly, I want to, on behalf of the GIZ country office and also on behalf of our head of program for the Promoting Rural Development Program, PRODEV, I want to thank the Ministry of Agriculture, MAIF, for allowing such a platform to exist, like offers, like the National Extension Week, where all partners, all practitioners, and other stakeholders are able to come together and share ideas. A lot of things have been discussed here that are very, very important. So we recognize the importance of all the focal areas that have been discussed here as part of the sub-themes of this. Whether we work with agro-based businesses, they are more resource efficient and they're competitive in the activities that they do. So this we recognize that collaboration is very, very important as well, because I was touched when one of the presentation here in the panel discussion that I was facilitating one of the discussions that talked about multi-stakeholder platforms that coordinate climate smart agriculture practitioners, those that are implementing projects and so on. So if we recognize such platforms that offers is also very closely working with, it is key in delivering a number of other actions that we have. And therefore, I want to say that this has been a very well organized event with a lot of learning. I do not want to repeat the comments that have been put in the questions that we were answering online, but it has been very well organized. And as part of appreciation to MAIF, to FAS, to AFAS, to all that participated in the organization, I want us just to wave as part of our appreciation. That means we are also thanking God for allowing us to move from Monday until today. So I do not want to speak much, but I want to thank the district local governments that are here. And from all the discussions, you really see the interest in taking back home the different learnings, the different approaches. And even as GS said, we presented a number of approaches that we are implementing. And we are happy that we have been also reached by other partners, other development organizations that, okay, how do we move forward? How do we supplement to these approaches? And I think such a platform brings that kind of discussion and dialogue. And it is very, very important. So I hope we shall be in a position to continue collaborating with offers in the regional events, but also in the national event like this. Where everything is possible, I hope we continue to collaborate. So I want to say thank you, and those that will be traveling far, safe journey to all of you. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And while myself and the board were very good at designing, we could not implement without our very own Beatrice. And as I've always mentioned, she's made UFAS what it is, indeed, over the years. And I want us to applaud her again. But that I'm also saying, to say that we've also been joined by a very important partner, who somehow I think I didn't highlight, NARO. Can we clap for that new partner, who have recognized UFAS, and together with them, we are going to co-create. And I want to request each of you who are here, please, when we come or when they come, co-think with them on how technologies of NARO can become the game changer of our farming landscape. It's now also my privilege and honor to welcome again another not another, a very special person to us. UFAS is part of a continental network. So what we are doing here is being, actually the whole Africa here and there are watching, which we normally do even when we travel to other countries. So please allow me to welcome here to the board, to the podium, Dr. Lilian Lihasi, ED, AFAS, to give her remarks. Thank you so much for being with us 3 powerful days. And in all of those days, we have engaged you to the full. So thank you so much. Karibuni kuongea na audience hii.
Well done. Karibuni kuongea na audience hii. Oh, I wonder if that is Swahili, is swag, or is Gen Z language. We don't know, but well done. Thank you very much, team. It has been an exciting moment to have you all. I say each of us have our own uniqueness. When we look at Prof, the chair of UFAS, he is unique in his own way in protocol. Some of us are not protocol people. We were trained as extension officers, where you just reach in and speak. So I am standing on the protocols that he has already designed. Our first team, where are you? They are not here. Where are they? Yes. I just want to thank the team that has supported UFAS to be here. Morris, I can see you standing behind there. When my mother would call, he would tell us, run. Whether she's calling me Lillian or Rosmita, so long as she called, you were supposed to run. I saw others who are not here. I saw Shakira somewhere. I saw Daniel somewhere. And others who have been here throughout the week. As I stand here, I stand on the strength of this team and others who have been here throughout the week. The chair says I've been here 3 days. No, I count myself 4 because one of the days I was very active online. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate this team for the support that they gave to the UFAS team. I was making fun to Beatrice. Please, when a mother is speaking, she's never stopped. So allow me to speak. I was told I'm the mother. Yeah. I was making fun to Beatrice 3 weeks ago when we were planning this extension week. And I told her, last year's extension week, I was here, though I had come all the way from Nairobi. And Beatrice worked. And after the extension week, when I was calling her, she was so sick that she could not respond to my calls. And I told her this time we will not allow that. Make use of the AFAS team to support where they can. And I thank God they were available. Thank you, team, for your availability. I could have also requested Beatrice, and they tell me, no, we are too busy doing other things. But they really came in. Thank you very much. Pass my appreciation also to the other team members who are not here and were here in the course of the week. For us as AFAS, we are so excited to have been part and parcel of this extension week. And even just to be allowed to participate in supporting this extension week. It is possible I would have requested Beatrice, and she says, no, we are well able as Uganda. But as we realize, AFAS, though stationed in Uganda, it's a continental platform. And our mandate is to bring together all the continental actors, or all the actors in agriculture extension and advisory service into one platform to interact, to learn, to share experiences, and build one another. We do this through our country fora. Uganda is one of the country fora among the other country fora that we work with. While we are at the continental level, Uganda and other country fora are at the national level to strengthen the national agriculture extension and advisory systems within their countries aligned to the country priorities. And we are so grateful that UFAS has taken over this role so well. Well done, UFAS. An applaud for UFAS. We can all agree that this has been a strategic platform that has been convened by UFAS. I have heard Beatrice talk about, at the end of it, if you're an UFAS member, Beatrice, all of us here are now UFAS. Kindly say, I am UFAS. Because you have an interest in extension and advisory service, isn't it? Some are looking at me as if they're saying, who are you? What I'm trying to say, UFAS consists of all actors in extension and advisory service in Uganda. And since we have shown ourselves interest in extension and advisory service, then we are UFAS. Well done for being UFAS. Kindly clap for yourself. This gives us a joy as a continental body when we see convenings like this. Within the CADAP implementation, we have convened as agricultural research, extension, and education. This I mentioned during the day one, to be able to support the implementation of the CADAP Kampala Declaration. Woe to us if it's not implemented in Uganda. Can you imagine? Kampala Declaration. CADAP Kampala. Let's celebrate ourselves. And let us commit to be the team that will lead the implementation of the CADAP Kampala since it was launched in Kampala, and for the next many years it will be called CADAP Kampala. And therefore we have no option but to deliver on this. Within this, extension and advisory service has been mandated to be able to deliver, especially on multi-actor platforms. And as I always speak in every continental forum, agriculture transformation can never happen without agriculture extension and advisory service. Agriculture extension and advisory service is the system integrator. We are talking about enhancing or improving reforms in agriculture extension and advisory service, where we are progressing from just being advisory service providers to becoming agriculture extension system. I have talked about this over the week, and within this system, the system has actors. Here we are. We are the actors in this system. Once we are coordinated in a system, we will be able to develop standards that are able to guide us. So this is the first multi-actor platform we are developing, which will be the agriculture extension system in Uganda. And in the system, we will have different actors: the research, the education, private sector, farmer organization, the farmer, as who are trained as extension service providers, who will be the integrators of the system. Any extension and advisory service provider here say, aye, we will make it. So long as Uganda does not succeed, then we'll say it is the agriculture extension and advisory system in Uganda that has failed. But Uganda has never been a failure, so we are making it, isn't it? We are happy to have been part and parcel of this, and within this, we have said so much has been done, so much has been said. But after this has been said, we have had a lot of learning. And every time I have said we are not going to work in silos anymore. For us to ensure that what we have spoken about comes to pass, we have to work as a system. And this system shall be led by MAIF and UFAS, with MAIF providing the support, UFAS being the convener, and all of us playing our critical roles in this system. And as we play the critical role in this system, then the components of the system shall ensure the success of this system. So being part of this, we recognize that agriculture transformation in Africa will only happen when the extension system is in place and is working as expected. And that's where professionalization comes in. We are the system integrator. And through this engagement of this week, there are key priorities that we are thinking about as AFAS. First, we must strengthen the national agriculture extension system through multi-actor approach. And here we have started. Stronger alignment among the AES actors is essential to deliver integrated, impactful services to the farmer. And not only to the farmer, to every other person within that particular system, of which the farmer is at the center. Professionalization of agriculture extension and advisory service is no longer an option. It is a must. AFAS is working with partners to advance the frameworks of accreditation of extension services, setting standard and continuous capacity building. And that's why we have Rosmita in our midst. So if AFAS doesn't perform on that, my dear girl, I usually call her my dear girl, I have announced you before people. If it doesn't perform, ask her, why are we not moving? Why are we not being accredited? Why are we not having standards? And why are not having continuous learning? So that it shall not just be a process of waiting once a year, but it shall be continuous learning. AFAS is also emphasizing on scaling innovations and farmer-centered approaches. We have been here this week. We have seen the innovations from below. We are working together with the researchers. Congratulations to UFAS, who are now signing an MOU with NARO. Farmer-centered innovations, how does research come in to ensure that these are taken up in the way that they should be, incorporated or integrated into the research framework and delivered? MAIF says they have signed an agreement with the universities to ensure that extension are trained in a responsive way. You talked about the transfer partners, Professor. The transfer partners is a program that was started by Reforum and AFAS. And this is not just training. It is training extension workers who are responsive to the needs of the continent. And what was the need? It's upon them to become so innovative, to identify the need and be able to deliver. And that's why we are focusing when we are looking at extension and advisory service. And that's why it becomes critical to have education, to have research, and to have extension, with extension being the systems integrator. At the continental level, AFAS works through our country fora. Excellent UFAS. As far as I've always said, you are an excellent team of which we can benchmark. And therefore, we wish to congratulate UFAS for this extension week that has been very successful. And the success is not just because of what has happened. The success is because the actors came together to plan and to work as a team. Every moment, and no meeting I miss to say, it is through interaction and learning that new ways of doing things emerge. And therefore, in this extension week, new ways of doing things have emerged. And that's what we call innovation. So, as we come to the end of this, we must push from dialogue to action. Our African Union Commissioner of DAB is very emphatic when he talks about action. And any meeting that we meet, he will say, you have discussed. How do you bring it back to the ground? How do you meet the last mile? As I said, extension is the foundation, the first mile. But we have delivery systems to the last mile. Consistently, I say when I talk about the last mile at our level as AFAS, it's not just the farmer. The farmer becomes a last mile when we are taking research knowledge to the farmer. The researcher becomes the last mile when we have to becomes the last mile when we really have to understand what is happening and we have to take to policy. And that's the centrality of extension and advisory service as we deliver to the researcher, to the farmer, and to the policy maker. And that's how we become a system integrator. So, what are we going to do after this? It makes no sense when all these discussions take place and we remain here. My call is for actionable recommendation to strengthen the agriculture extension delivery system and to ensure alignment. So, what do we expect? As AFAS, we are here to see that concrete national commitments are strengthened and are supporting the agriculture extension system. We must improve coordination mechanisms across the actors. UFAS, if it was in Kenya, tungesema mchezo iko kwako sasa. Now the ball is in your court to strengthen all the actors to ensure continuity of what we have started. We will not wait for the next extension week, but this should be a continuous process. We talked about it during the Coalition of Extension and Advisory Service, and you have been given the mandate to work through MAIF to ensure that all actors are working together. We are looking at how do we increase investment in extension and advisory service so that we shall not look at extension just as a public good, but we shall look at extension as a system that is sustainable, not focusing only on projects. Many times, and even as we were talking all this, all presentations, all side events is about the projects that we're implementing. What about that project when it comes to an end? What are our sustainability measures? Within this system of ours that we are starting, let's focus beyond the project and look at the sustainability. Currently, we understand the donor landscape, which is quite fragile. And we are not assured of projects being funded over and over as it was. So how are we going to ensure that we sustain the extension system? How are we going to ensure we sustain the different institutions that we are working for? Therefore, as AFAS here, with this team here, we are committing to strengthen national agriculture extension system, to promote knowledge exchange and communities of practice, mchezo kwako. Advanced professionalization frameworks. You see the way I'm looking. If it doesn't deliver, it's not about me. I am speaking and she's here. So we thank God for the outcome of this extension week. And here as AFAS, we are standing here to say, well done. And we are here to stand with all of you to ensure a difference in agriculture and extension advisory system in Uganda. Can you imagine Uganda failing? And we are stationed in Uganda? Well done, team. Congratulations.
Let us add another great appreciation for our ED AFAS for giving us very, very strong direction, support, but also challenging us to even put in more. And I know we will put more by God's grace. She has emphasized the need to implement how the AU Commissioner insists on implementing. And I'm glad to announce that GIZ has agreed to support our design and implementing of a follow-up plan, especially to the northern Uganda districts. Can we give GIZ a great clap? And I know our division is going also to support us. I know that's coming. I already pinched Andrew, and I think Andrew has pinched Tony. I pitched, actually. Pinched and pitched that they think about a follow-up support to us. And again, thank you, all of you partners, for the support. Now, I saw that our awards are here. Let's be quick, again, to thank our SG for organizing this, and also the Vice Chair. If both of you can come real quick, unless if you need a minute. Do you need a minute? Okay. So, thank you. Do you need a minute? Please, SG and Vice Chair, if you can come and our patron as well, so that we hand over these pieces of tokens of appreciation. To our I think from up. So I'll hand over to our Secretary General. Can we give it up to Secretary General Grace Musimami and to walk us through this? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, mine as the Secretary General is to appreciate you for being here and pulling off a very successful event, and to thank our CEO and team for making this possible. As we go to appreciate members, I've been getting feedback on membership. People say, when you go to the districts, we were members, but we ran out. I mean, we stopped paying, so we have a lot of arrears. So we are extending. Even now, URA gives amnesty. People are saying, please, we have given you waivers. It is my humble request to all members who have defaulted over the years. We need you. So my suggestion, and again, my chair is aware, is to humbly request that we've given a waiver. If you start afresh and we move forward and make this happen, please pay membership today or before end of this month, and all the past, don't worry about it. Clap for yourself and thank the chair. There is a waiver for all. Chair Gabudde. Yeah, we would like to appreciate some people, and there are very few, but I would like to inform you that all participants have certificates of participation. Don't look at this certificate lightly. On Tuesday, we gave an award certificate, and we were at, there was a Sasakawa event, and the young man stood up and said, I was recognized for participation at the Extension Week. I'm a certified senior extension worker. He's called Ronald from Luwero, I think, Nakaseke. And everybody clapped. And to me, I found this, there is pride that comes with this certificate. Two, when you have this certificate of participation and it is attached to your CVs, because for us as UFAS, as an apex body, we are going around lobbying for bigger things. Tomorrow on your CV, they will say, put the CEO's contact and say, referee, I participated in this kind of national event. These are not the extension workers in the country, but you're the chosen classified few that are here. So I use the opportunity to tell you, you're all going to receive certificates of participation out of this meeting. You may not get them here, but please, as you're getting out, register with we already have your names, but correct names. Some people change, even now you saw the newspaper the other day, don't send money on this line. So you may have another name that you would prefer to use. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to request my Vice Chairperson to come and take you through a few awards. We have many for so many partners, but just because of time, we would like to hand over to a few, and then the others we will be able to deliver them at the office as a board and secretariat. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Grace. Reading on the protocol of a chairperson. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot agree more with all the previous speakers. We are all excited. We are all humbled for your participation. Not only coming, but participation, and if I may call it, sustainably attending the Agriculture Extension Week. Thank you so much. As has been said, we are all appreciated. We'd like to Yeah, we'd like to appreciate a little bit more the partners that I'm going to read, and we'll have their awards. I know it is not so big, it is a token of appreciation, but please take it with one heart. I'd like to invite Access Agriculture. The order is not according to the importance. Please take note. Access Agriculture team, I hope you have your team with you. Our guest of honor, please. Access Agriculture team, we appreciate for supporting you, for supporting us over the years. And most important also, we appreciate the information that you share with all the extension workers. Please go to the website of Access Agriculture and you'll get as much as information as you can, and some of it translated to the various languages. Thank you, Access Agriculture. Once again, our appreciation to Access Agriculture. Thank you. Okay. Next, the photo moment is done, right? Next is Pelham, Uganda. Pelham, Uganda, and your team. Pelham, Uganda. But we appreciate Pelham, Uganda for participating with us, also supporting a number of participants for the last 2 years, and of course also leading in the ecological in this agroecological journey. Thank you so much. Pelham, Uganda.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Pelham, Uganda. Mountains of the Moon University. Mountains of the Moon, we appreciate your participation. They mobilized so much for the regional pre-event. And also planning to be the lead of UFAS in the region. Mountains of the Moon, you've made me proud as your member of council, chair appointments board, but also as vice chairperson of UFAS. Thank you so much. Protocol to Dr. Mead. Next. But please don't go far. We are going to have a group photo afterwards. Mountains of the Moon. Next is World Vision. World Vision, we cannot thank you enough. You enabled us to go and visit all the field places that were planned for, avoid all the buses and everything. And also, in addition to all that support, you enabled the participants to have hands-on sharing and experience sharing in the various places. I believe they got a lot of information from there. World Vision, we once again appreciate you, and please pass over our appreciation to the rest of the institution. Thank you. Next is GIZ. Also our strategic partner, and especially also in mobilizing our participants. We appreciate the work, especially they have done in the north and east, and supporting the team that has attended this Agri Extension Week, the National Agriculture Extension Week. Thank you so much.
Please appreciate them and encourage them, because we need them as continuous strategic partners.
So as we said, all of us are appreciated, and all of us are going to get certificates. The next is AFAS, our own mother. So staff of AFAS, please join the ED and the rest of the team. So, dear colleagues, we appreciate AFAS, our ED and your team. You have mentored us, you have supported us over the years, and I believe that's why we are performing as we have done. Thank you so much, our dear ED and your team. We also pledge to be good girls and boys, and also keep supporting you and going heights with AFAS in the continent. Thank you so much. Next is a person who has been with us, supported the institution to grow. I cannot say enough of what this person has done, and will always be there for us. And as we say sometimes, once a leader of UFAS, you remain leader emeritus. And this is none other than our chair, IPP, immediate chair, Madam Adeline Muhebwa. It's sometimes rare when a leader leaves the institution but still supports that institution to do even better. Thank you so much, Adeline. Please, Adeline, don't go, please. Would like to say, Adeline, as I call all the other partners who have received awards to come for a photo moment, I'll give our chair emeritus 1-2 minutes. Yeah.
UFAS oye. After all the food, some people said the food was too much. What? UFAS oye? UFAS oye? AFAS oye? Wow. And Mayiv? Mayiv? Yes, thank you very much for this honor. I'm really privileged to be here at this day. And I want to congratulate all of you. A round of applause for yourselves. It has been a very fantastic week. I would log on at times online, and I thank Elizabeth for offering that online link. Some of us who are not here in person were able to log on and be present with you, not in the room. I also take this opportunity to thank the current board, and led by our own Dr. Richard Miro. This is a testament that the past board really sought out capable people who could handle the next term for UFAS. I just want to appreciate all of you. I want to appreciate the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, represented by our Mr. Oki and Mr. Mugume, whom they call Professor Magume. And also I want to appreciate AFAS. You people, have you ever been with a mother and the mother moves with you everywhere you're going? A round of applause to AFAS. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our own Dr. Lihasi, who has left all she had and ensured that she is present in person to be with us. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the partners. You remember we started with the regional consultations and meetings. Then we went to NBS. I was there with Andrew and Salim, and this was courtesy of a partner, World Vision. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and we continue
to shine in agriculture extension. There's a lot of work to do by all the different players, but I trust that all will be done and it will be well achieved. Again, AFAS Oye, UFAS Oye, Maif Oye.
Thank you, Adeline, and to all us, the participants, as we organize ourselves for the photo. I would like to call all of us, let us be like Oliver Twist. We want some more. I don't know how many of you have read that novel. We would like to have some more. So please, let's continue this partnership and support. And let us be the change that we want the world to be. As Mahatma Gandhi said, let us be the change that we want the world to be. Have we got all of them here? Pelham. Okay. Rosmita. Please, our first team. Dr. Rosmita, where are you? Namesake. The paparazzis are ready in waiting. I think I need to be part of the team as well, right? Which side do I go?
Please, those who have received your awards, don't leave your boxes here. No, this is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We understand this has been a stretch and we need to go back a little bit to learn how to do pictures of this kind. But thank you for your patience. Thank you so much. Let's clap our very own Secretary General and Vice Chairperson for leading us through that previous session, but also for organizing the awards. Thank you so much. Now, I want to take this honor to welcome and invite, but the person I'm going to invite is not here yet. Stepped out almost. But let me invite Mr. Joseph Oke to come and invite our guest of honor. But also Mr. Joseph Oke is a senior culture officer in the Department of Extension and Skills Management to come and give his remarks. But if our very own Mr. Magume comes, he will come and give remarks and invite. But please come and do the bridging. Again, bear with us, colleagues. And of course, after the guest of honor has addressed us, we'll be welcome for lunch, and we'll be welcome to anticipate the follow-up plans as well as later on. Okay. You can invite him, he's coming. He will invite Mr. Magume, who will give the official remarks from Maif, and then invite our guest of honor.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Miro. I am standing between you and lunch. It's a very dangerous position to stand in. So I want to speak very few words. I've come with my senior colleague who has served this nation for considerable amount of time. And I'm sure he has words of wisdom and is going to give us remarks which are so enlightening. And then thereafter, after his speech, he's also going to invite a non-state actor, somebody from the private sector who believe in partnerships, who believe in coordination and working together. It is not I don't know what the average age here, but as we were growing up, there was a man called John Rambo, and he was the star would never die, and the story was all about him. In this platform of extension, we don't have John Rambo. Everyone is a player. It is not about the star never dies. All of us work together to achieve together. So I'll invite my senior colleague, Bwana Professor Dr. Magume, to come and give remarks. And thereafter, he will invite a World Vision that will come and wrap up and send us off for lunch. Please.
Thank you, Bwanoke, for the lavish compliments to me. I'm not conversant with the hierarchy, especially with respect to protocol, because customarily, before you say protocol observed, you must mention a few people in the hierarchical order. But I should imagine that a first official is the topmost official in this room. Therefore, is she president or chief executive? Executive director are first, and the chief executive officer who first, protocol observed. My name once again is Magume Stephen. I stand in for the permanent secretary, and through him, the commissioner of Agriculture Extension and Skills Management Department of Maif. He was here on Monday and for and on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, opened this function. And you are well aware that civil servants perform their duties for and on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer of the land, who is none other than the President of the Republic of Uganda. I bring you warm greetings from Maif. On my own behalf, and with a bit of high aptitude, I must state, and rightly so, that this function has been a huge success. From the organization's arrangement, and most important of all, the choice of the theme. I have been used to writing what we call item writing or setting of exams. Those of you who have sat exams from primary 1 through to university, these exams you sit are usually quite engaging. Those who do them, who write them, go through quite a lot of things, and exams go quite through a lot of process. So, to have chosen this theme, rich, diversified, and representative, Dr. Miro, you take the credit. Yeah, and your team membership, of course, as a responsible officer and head of the team. I congratulate you upon this choice. My youth appreciates all of you players, especially those that give us a lift in the pursuit of the agricultural extension and advisory service in the entire country. A blessed country by all measure, which in part is responsible for some of the general malaise that the country suffers, because God over provided for the part of Africa, and we pride in the thinking and mindset of being a country gifted by nature. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be unusually brief because I know my problem. I can talk until cows go home. I approve of all the presentations that were made here. First of all, the communique. There was one deletion, especially that bordered on NADS, which I worked for 3 years as a technology link and innovations officer, and we did great work. Since it is already defunct in some way, we couldn't have it on the record, especially with the respect poor characterization. Acknowledgeably, it did a great job. But the rest of the contents of the communique, even one official from my youth, especially from planning, they have already asked me for the take home and what role they should play with respect to the proceedings of this gathering. And I should imagine we shall have a MAIF, the general text, and MAIF specific points for action. Good enough, by policy established. And in this regard, I want us to clap to recognize Madam Biarugaba as the grandmother of reestablishment of Agriculture Extension Service. Yes. She's the one who mentored us, and I think she should be happy to hear that the children she left behind are steering the ship the right way up. Then I want to thank Madam Executive Director for AFAS. I need a copy A to Z of your presentation. It supplements and complements the communique. And for me as an assessor, by my many years of teaching, it was a well thought out presentation, and the choice of the words and message for this audience was spot on. Of course, you couldn't be a PhD by merely picking papers from the roadside. You must have proved your worth by many vetting bodies, including Viva Voce. Ladies and gentlemen, as I hitherto stated, my youth acknowledges all of you players. The import of the Marta Acta feeds into the wishes of my youth. Because we acknowledge that singly or single-handedly, my youth cannot achieve much. In this regard, I am thankful to our foot soldiers, an array of extension officers spread across the land. In this regard also, I thank GIZ for having facilitated our brothers and sisters from the northern half of the country, which by circumstances has been, that part of the country has suffered a lot of afflictions, including but not limited to 20 years of war. They are beginning to emerge from the ravages of war. So they were able to attend through the sessions. I thank you, Dr. Noki, Thomas. Thomas, I think you are the dean of the DPOs in the Lango sub-region. And therefore, we hope you will take the message to the rest of the northern half of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not work in silos, nor should we work as co-wives. In my language, the fastest a co-wife can attend to her counterpart is when she has died and she's straightening up her body before it becomes a rigor mortis, when the muscles have since stiffened on death. That is where the co-wife is fastest in operation and attending to the co-wife. So let us not behave as co-wives engrossed in rivalry at all times, save for the time when one of the counterparts has faced problems. Let us continue to work as allies in our formations, in our deployments. After all, we attained education to full capacities from our various training institutions. Therefore, where one is placed is a matter of choice and application, and also by God's design, and also fitting in the labor mobility, where the chlorophyll and the pasture are greener than where you don't exist. So, ladies and gentlemen, the pledge, there were a lot of pledges to work together, especially so from the communication and presentation by the executive director of AFAS. And there was that major pledge that you will help my youth in every activity and process leading to accreditation, professionalization, and observance of standards by manpower. For me, as from the skills department, and I know how transformation of manpower can be, especially through skilling, I'm allergic to find that most of the extension officers or staff for that matter are general scientists as and when from the day they emerged out of the lecture theater. And our department ordinarily should be to transform them from general scientists, bookish, to become practical extension officers. And unfortunately, for the limitations of funds, we have not been able to perform as expected. Under the indefatigable leadership of Madam Byarugaba and Dr. Wamigisa, from 2016 to around 2020, IFAD, and I think it should be represented in this room, gave us over 8 billion shillings for skilling and retraining of extension officers. The nagging question I was able to brave from the array of extension officers was that why are you no longer invite us? Why are you no longer inviting us for training and skilling? Of course, I have to announce here and now that when, especially the pioneer effort for the reestablishment of extension service retired away by circumstances of having been born earlier than us, it appears there were transitions that affected the temple that had hitherto been built by especially Madam Byarugaba and also Dr. Wamigisa and me as the third force in the hierarchical arrangement of hardworking and patriotic and nationalistic Ugandans. I appeal to Dr. Madam Byarugaba that wherever you are also using your positions in the placement under WUFAS to still use your influence and reawaken those fellows that may have gone away by your absence in the picture to still come out and support us. So to say, don't imagine that being an agent of government or a department of government, we are heavily resourced. So in your fund appeal from people of goodwill, always incorporate us in your small budget such that together we push this country ahead. I was impressed by young people. Boys, where are you? But I'm aware that the boy child is neglected. 3 girls, 3 young ladies, stand up, stand up. When I communicated earlier, these 3 ladies mobbed me up and they made a request. And the request was that I should mentor them. I use this opportunity to invite your brothers to avoid inbreeding of any sort, such that when you come for mentorship, you come with your brothers to benefit from my rich nutrition accumulated over 50 years of existence. On my own part, as you pledged to work with us, when I still serve in the next 1 year, I pledge to be part of this process. I don't know what role beyond this of representing government and government officials I should affirmatively play, since I will have all the time. Any written matter, I have the biological clocks that tell me where to put the full stop, the punctuation mark, to dot the I, and to end the sentence and paragraph. So any document you write before it goes out, even from to the origin of English language, I will be at your disposal. And Dr. Konya has already exploited that talent, and I think his text is due for publication. At the risk of boring you, because you are already acquainted with my mannerisms, let me stop here, wishing you success, and to do one more singular duty, to invite the person from World Vision to present to this audience. Otherwise, as a teacher, I am happy for your attentiveness. I have not seen this in the many fora I have attended, not even quitting out for phone calls. This shows that indeed the menu was interesting. Madam World Vision, please address this audience. You were talking before various presenters, and I will think you will be at your utmost best to tower over us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank
Hey,
you.
I'm not pictured with this beautiful daughter. Hey, hey, you were sleeping on the job. Paparazzas. Did you see? Thank you, madam, for shaking hands with the president, with the representative of the president. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Magome, for that interesting but insightful speech. Where I come from, we say if something has been done so well, you don't take time to dilute it. So I'll join my distinguished previous speakers and stand on the protocols observed by the board chair and use that as well. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen today. Good afternoon. I bring you very, very warm greetings from the National Director, World Vision Uganda, Mr. Jeremiah Nyaga, who was not able to make it today due to conflicting priorities. However, he made sure that I'm here alongside my colleagues from World Vision, who can please stand up and wave. Yes. Yes, thank you. As a symbol of our value for the partnership that we hold with UFAS and AFAS, the Ministry of Agriculture, and every other player along the value chain that has made it here today. So please allow me to deliver the remarks on his behalf. And as I do that, I've been previously introduced, but I can do that again. My name is Connie Nancha, and I'm the Communications, Marketing, and Advocacy Director at World Vision Uganda. It's both a privilege and profound honor to stand before this distinguished gathering as we conclude the Uganda National Agricultural Extension Week for 2026. Yes, first of all, I'd like to appreciate the organizers, and those include Uganda Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, UFAS, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and of course, the Africa Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, among other players and stakeholders. I've been humbled to sit on a table with 3/4 of powerful ladies, and it's been a humbling moment for me. Yeah, you don't get that every other day. So for me, it's been an honor, and thank you so much for bringing together this whole fraternity of key players as we enable to advance what we stand for. This week has been rich with insights, discussions, as alluded to here in the previous presentations, speeches, which have been all encompassing, and all these are proof of a renewed sense of collective purpose. I always say that as a country, we are blessed to have a very rich agricultural sector. And for most of us, we know that even as we grew up, our mothers, were championing that forum and that element. So it's good to see a balance of both, ladies and gentlemen as we try to forge the way forward and ensure that we do not lose out on the key elements that can actually make us a greater country. And the theme, which is unlocking Uganda's agricultural potential, multi-actor agriculture extension and advisory services for resilient, digital and market-oriented food systems, could not be more timely or more relevant to the realities we navigate every day. One of the elements I've appreciated is the incorporation of AI and the digital, element, because most times we think it belongs to another world. But to see that we bring that and put it at the forefront, introduce systems, introduce platforms, and ensure that, okay, we don't only look at, what else, but how else can we unlock the potential. So as we have deliberated over the past days, one message comes through with unmistaken clarity, and that is that the future of Uganda's agricultural sector depends not only on any single actor, but on the power of collective action. And we have seen that even coming through right from the, from the board chair, from the CEO, from the ED, from the previous, president, from the key players, like the Ministry of Agriculture and other players, that indeed collective action is quite pertinent. But above all, it's also good to see the youth, standing up to join this forum. And one thing that has really caught my attention is the 3 ladies who stood out to request for mentorship. I think that's a way to go. And it's also, an amazing element that when you're in a room of so much potential, how do you reach out and tap on the resources that have been extended by the respective players? So I think for me, that is a sign for us all that it actually starts from the grassroots. It starts from home, it grows through, and a great appreciation to you ladies. The future indeed is bright for you, but also an appreciation to the organizers and ensuring that they bring everybody, along this value chain to play this part. So let's give a round of applause once again to our organizers and partners. Of course, we have heard of compelling evidence for why agriculture extension and advisory services must become more adaptive. And of course, this is rooted in the realities along policy recommendations emerging from deliberations that carry real potential to reshape how extension services are structured, coordinated, related, and delivered in Uganda. At World Vision, we are not merely an onlooker or a player, but we are so passionate about how we unlock potential, how we create transformation, and how we partner with the able-bodied entities. And we are deeply invested in outcomes with our operational presence spanning across 54 districts in Uganda. And of course, in our previous strategic period alone, that is between the period of 2020 to 2026, our livelihoods and economic empowerment program reached over 4 million people. And that's a sign of how intentional we are, how invested we are. And so when the board chair said, thank you, And when the board chair said we will go back and look into what we're doing, yes, indeed, because already if we've impacted 4 million people, then how else can we, better that? So please be comforted that we'll indeed try to, look at that, because it's not a statistic that we recite lightly, but it also represents the families we've impacted, the livelihoods we've impacted, and the future that we want to see. We have also trained over 50,088 farmers in improved sustainable climate smart agriculture techniques. Of course, as climate shocks continue to threaten, food security, equipping farmers with adaptive practices is not optional, but it's essential. And I know it's one of the things that we have looked at and attributed to during this week, like how do we, drive that? And consistent with this week's emphasis on market-oriented food systems, over 200,000 farmers received training in market and business skills. And of those, over 119 and 92 were actively linked to markets and business development services. We've talked about digital adoption. That is not something we've left out. And at World Vision, we have tried to ensure that during our previous strategic period, 4,013 saving groups were digitized, and of that number, 2,986 were linked to access to microcredit services. And today, in one of the feedback that was being given, there was the opportunity to include, financial services. And I know I saw the CEO nodding to that. It's something that, yeah, she really, really too appreciates and values, because, at the end of the day, they need to plug in, they need to see the value, they need to create products that actually speak and allude to the need of everybody across, this channel. And this evidence is clear that multi-actor agriculture extension works. But of course, evidence alone is not enough. We need to have the right policies, we need to have the right frameworks, we need to institutionalize and coordinate and ensure that resources approach everywhere that they need to be. So for that, we urge the Ministry of Agriculture, the Uganda Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Africa Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, all stakeholders to translate all the recommendations that have been incorporated in this week's engagements and ensure that we avail our potential and prosperity in a manner that is of quality and inclusive of everybody across this chain. So at this point, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the respective stakeholders, specifically those that I have alluded to, the speakers, those who have featured in the panels, those who have engaged as well today, end to end. It's been very, very pertinent. And in a special way, of course, we'd like to recognize every farmer group leader, the district product officers, the volunteers, the agriculture extension practitioners, and all those that have ensured that their voice remain at the center of every policy engagement, every framework thought, every interaction, every light and moment of insight, because at the end of the day, you are the reason that we are all here, and you are the reason that we're putting a lot of energy and emphasis into this. Without you, we would not be here, or would not even be here to achieve whatever we're achieving. So a round of applause again to everybody. Okay, and a pat on the back for a job well done. As I conclude, I would like to allude to our commitment as World Vision Uganda in working alongside Uganda's farming community as an implementer, an advocate, and as a partner in building the resilient digital and market-oriented food systems that this nation deserves. With that, on behalf of World Vision Uganda, specifically the National Director and the team who's not here, I would like to officially wish you a blessed lunch. I hope we'll pray for that before as we close and wind up this week of impact, of insight, of great recommendations, but also one that touches the future ahead. And it is my prayer that we have all mapped out, the way forward. And as we go back, we are carrying a rich basket of information, of knowledge, and of renewed energy to ensure that we see and create the country that we want to belong to and enjoy. May God bless you all. For God and my country, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you so much for participating, and may God be the anchor of where we're headed. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Quick announcement. All GP, SAIP field people remain for a brief meeting after lunch. This is from the CEO UFAS. We have a session for certificates, but we have a conundrum because the hotel stops serving lunch in 40 minutes. And since we've closed off, I would like to invite us to do 2 certificates, or not at all? 2 certificates, and then we close up, because I've been asked that we also give out certificates. All right. 2.
Okay. Thank you. Again, protocol does not allow me to be back after the chief guest has officially closed. With all due apologies, I would request you, Madam Chief Guest, just you alone to come back. And we give out, there are quite a number of certificates, and we just give out 2 to very key partners. Yeah. Okay, the following people. Farm Africa, are you around? Let's have Farm Africa come just for a photo session for certificate. Farm Africa, but we have Chambogo University, because academia is very important to recognize Chambogo University. And others are there. I'll read the names later. You'll know you have a certificate. Please, Kasamba, bring Farm Africa and Chambogo University. However, Madam Chief Guest, there are people here. Every exhibitor was excellent, but I would like us to appreciate exhibitors that brought live exhibitions here. Please let us appreciate Kabarole Research Center. Kabarole Research Center, Muzee, you'll come and have a handshake. Kasamba, you hand over Farm Africa. And photographers, please. No. Farm Africa, then Chambogo University, and Kabarole and Slow Food Uganda. Slow Food just come for handshake. Please let us appreciate Slow Food. They had live demonstrations. And Agrodiverse, all the way from Jinja. Agrodiverse, please come and be appreciated by the chief guest. Those ladies have been showing BSF. Yeah, just a handshake and a photo with the chief guest, actually. They will receive certificates later. And I think I close it at that. I don't want to stand in between you. Thank you very much, members. That is Agrodiverse showcasing BSF. And that is Grace. Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Josh.
All right. Could you read them out? All right then. Lunch was ready. Yes. Imam is even here. If you can pray for our lunch.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ai Allah ntukukwasa ekiro kino ekitwaje okumalira hanyuma n'ekyamusana ekitwaje okutunga okiteekemu emigisa okuruga haliwe kandi oteekemu n'emigisa hali abo boona bakiteekaniize habw'obusobozi bwawe obutahwaho obw'ebiro n'ebiro. Amen.
Amina. Webale. The coupons are outside as we go out. So I'd like to wish you Journey Mercies and to thank you again for being a great audience.
Another announcement, as you go for lunch and your organization is interested in taking photos with your certificate, please go ahead. The following certificates are available: GFRAS, AFA,